Welcome. It's Saturday night. I'm making a fashionably late entrance. What can I say? Very sorry about that. I didn't realize I'd scheduled the stream for 7 because that's what I did last Saturday. And thought that I was streaming at 9, so I was having a quick cheeky lay down in bed, just getting a little bit of a nap before the stream. And then I checked Discord. I hope everyone's had a wonderful week. Amazing. We're here Saturday. Made it. No stream on Wednesday. Just too exhausted. I was, just too mentally frazzled. I've got to stop. The problem I'm having at the moment, let's just get this out there, is that I'll play Star Citizen until around midnight or 1 o'clock most nights. I have been, but I've slowed down quite a lot recently, and we'll talk about that as we go through things tonight. And then someone from somewhere starts streaming sort of around that time. And so I finish playing at 1 o'clock. Oh, yeah, go to bed. Let me quickly check YouTube. Oh, somebody's streaming. Oh, I'll put that on. Maybe I'll just go back and finish, do one more mission or something. And then it goes on until 3 or 4 in the morning. What's been going on? How is everyone? Let's go. So obviously there was a bit of chat happening before I turned up. Let's quickly run through that. How is everyone? I hope everyone is well. I think I've said that. No hat tonight. My little backwards, these things. I mentioned several weeks ago when I was thinking about using these so I could wear the hats, that these were over a decade old. And they're having issues. They're having problems. Not only are they not massively comfortable, excuse me, they just seem to be unstable. I haven't been able to use them twice in a row without having to go back and redo sound settings and uninstall things, and it's just been super, super weird. Anyway, let's go back through this chat. Whilst we go through that chat, hang on a second. I hid them back here because I knew they'd disappear. Maybe I should have got them out there before the stream. Thank you so much to Jason the Bruce, or the 13th. For these Tim Tams, he popped past my work during the week and picked up some stuff he'd ordered on the website and dropped off some Tim Tams. So whilst we go back through this chat and just settle into what we're doing tonight, why is there no music? I just set this up. It was... Shit. I think I've got macros that switch different soundtracks on and off depending on where I come from. So I don't have to remember to enable certain playlists. And I think it's turned this one on because it was... turned it off because it was already on. Excuse me, my nose has been really stuffy today. I don't know why. So the plan tonight is just to run bounties. In the Hornet, maybe a little bit in the Constellation. Do our ERT certification so I can finally start doing those. Viver's late. Well, you want to serve it earlier, mate. I hope your hunt went well. It's so fun when you just bump into someone in the verse now. It's happened a few times, actually. It's crazy. I don't know if there's like some sort of algorithm that tries to pull friends together. So when we connect to servers, we're connecting, we have a higher likelihood of connecting to a server where some of our friends are already playing. Unless we specifically, obviously, select that player from menus and join. What's going on with my nose? I'll be back in just 1 second. Hang on. What a great way to start a Saturday night. We're rocking here. Some tissues so we can put our cameras and stuff on and off throughout the night. Yeah, it's great fun when you bump into somebody. As I said, it's happened a few times. Made 105k and called it a day. That's a good day's work, I reckon. That's a good day's work. I've been thinking a lot about... I'll come back to that thought in just a second. I've been thinking a lot about the money grind. Let's get our Tim Tam Slam done. If you're new to my channel, hi, my name is Viv. Welcome to Crouch After Dark. I am either late or early. It depends on your perspective. Normally on Saturdays I stream at night. For some reason I scheduled tonight's stream at 7 and I've dropped on sort of around 8:30 or so. So I'm either early or late. A good position to be in, right? Tim Tams, chocolate coated biscuit. I'm gonna bite off both diagonally opposite corners. So once again, thanks to Jason the Bruce over on the Discord for dropping these off to me at work the other day. You're a legend, man. Jason's been supporting me across all my endeavors for years. Oh man, I really don't want to do this because I've had so much chocolate today and Tim Tam Slams are just pretty intense. But there we go, instant coffee with milk. Just use instant, it's better for some weird reason. I'm gonna suck the coffee through the biscuit. It's fucking too much. It's too much. It's basically just a big gooey chocolate ball. It's so good. It's ridiculously good. Alright. Why do I have no sound again? It is the quintessential start to any Crouch After Dark stream. A whole bunch of babbling on the way in. Some technical difficulties, and after a little bit of time we'll get things rolling. It's a format, right? All right, let's quickly run through this chat. Quit you to 30Ks. I haven't really had a lot of 30Ks. We'll see how we go tonight. I might log in for a tick and see if my Sentinel is where I left it. I understand why Meta's doing this, obviously because of the 30K and stuff, but you know, like I said before, when I finish playing Star Citizen and I'm doing something else and I'm like, oh, I'll just do this, and sometimes it's that. Let me just log in to see if my ship is still there. This game just sort of, I've got to sort it out. Looks like Viv's late. Considering going in for a cheeky ERT while we wait. You've had a long time to wait. I'm terribly sorry. Okay, a few bits of other pieces, and here we are. Alright. About time. Here we are. We're off. The regulars are all here. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. I hope you're all keeping well. Now that we've done our Tim Tam Slam, our introduction, a bunch of babbling, let's jump into a little bit of Star Citizen tonight. That previous track was getting pretty intense. So the plan, as I mentioned, is just to jump into the Hornet. I've actually really been enjoying fighting in that thing. And doing the very high-risk targets are just ridiculous. You know, you fly in, you dump 3 or 4 mags on them, and you're out. And, you know, you just, you know, say ciao to the guys that are left there. You know, there's no point fighting those guys. Get in, hit the target, get out. All right, let's get something from Epidemic Sound on. Where's me mouse gone? Okay, some game audio happening. That looks good to me. Let's do... Oh, I don't know. I need to spend some time with these playlists. All right, let's move you so you're not right in my face. So Jason the Bruce is here, Hearn's here, Meta's here, Stream Elements has joined us. Hearn's good. Wonderful, good to me, good to hear. Interesting, on a server with HVC clan controlling Jumptown and just handing out drugs to whoever wants them. And Jason, thank you very much for the Tim Tams, man. I might not actually eat too many of them tonight. This could be a first for me. you know, I say that having eaten 4 packets of Tim Tams. I think Kim went to the shops 4 days ago and got 4 packs. So I've eaten a packet of Tim Tams a day. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, wow. No wonder I don't feel very good. Oh, shit. HVC do some fun stuff. They're a huge, big, very casual clan. Very casual org. Of course, we'll have a chat about some of the latest Star Citizen stuff, although I'm sure everyone is already up to speed. That Jumptown is running again. Doing a little bit more action over the weekend. They're running for 24 hours, each of those events. And the location will change each time it resets. Nah. It's deep back in my nose. It just feels real blocked and stuffy. So I'm sorry if I sound blocked and stuffy. Yeah, so Jumptown's back on, running over the weekend. We'll open up some of the news if we have to do some jumps. Oh, the train is here, quick! And other than it just being, you know, pop back on, I don't think there's any, you know, any difference to it. What else did we get this week? Oh, we got an inside Star Citizen, with the new cave tech, the new sand caves, and they looked gorgeous. You know, everything CIG shows us looks gorgeous. I'd like to see that come with some, you know, bundled, you know, accessories for, you know, proper cave exploration. I'm really sorry about this. You know, ropes that we can use to properly traverse around. You know, maybe some portable lights that we can set up somewhere. That sort of stuff. Obviously, that's, you know, not going to happen now. That's covered later. And we'll probably talk about that a little bit later on as we get into some gameplay and just settle in. The PTV, everyone's favorite go-kart, it's been removed from the Ship Showdown competition. CIG stating that it's not skinnable. It doesn't use skinnable tech, and they are going to rework the PTV buggy anyway, and so they don't want to waste the resources, you know, making the current PTV skinnable, just so that if it wins the show, you know, meme power, right? If it wins the show, I can have skins. They'd rather say, listen, you know, we love the PTV, and you know, the community loves it, and thank you for support, but we can't let it run through. Here is the reason. But everyone will get a skin, a free skin. I think everyone will get a custom skin or a free skin for the PTV when the new one is released.
Welcome to the ASOP.
Okay, so what's going on in chat? Sorry. On a HVC clan, Jason, glad to you're good, Blake. Thanks, mate. That was my thank you for doing secret thing much faster than I expected. The secret project.
Vehicle selected.
Yeah, that's anytime, man. You let me know whenever you need any of those bits and pieces, and you know, we can sort that out easily.
To the following location. Please visit us again.
So this little Hornet has all the upgrades on it. Got a lovely little skin on it. I don't know what it's called. It's the white urban camo one. It's got size 3 cannons all around. Hang on, 2, right? No, 3. 2. I swear to God, and I mentioned it so many times, that if those markers weren't there, I would have to get out of this elevator every time to go and check which hangar I'm going to. Actually, this is an interesting point to mention. let's just, can we turn that down a little bit? I mean, again, no, I haven't adjusted any audio volumes. They've all been locked and set, so I can just turn this down in my headphones. What am I talking about? Music's getting a little bit... Well, we're getting ready. We're going out to do some bounties. You know, here he is coming into the hangar. We should be walking, you know, at proper speeds. And oh no, the keyboard's software's not on, so we don't have macros. That's all right. We'll survive. It's entirely appropriate for, you know, I don't know what the hotkeys are now, damn it. For coming out, although you should be dressed a little bit better and maybe moving a bit faster anyway. I don't know what I was carrying on about before. I'm sure it'll come back. Let's just settle in and get out of here so we can get some action going on. Sand caves, eh? Sand caves! Yes, so that looked good. We might bring that up a little bit later on. Like, sometimes we do bring up a little bit of news during the game. Slip over to the display capture and look at the news over there. Alright, let's pick up Call to Arms. Why are there 11 here now? Call to Arms, Bounty Hunter. So, I haven't done my Suspect Apprehension certification yet. This is bounty hunting other players. But the last certification that I need to do is the Master Tracker License certification. I managed to, you know, been doing a few of these recently, so my affinity with Blackjack and Bounty Hunters Guild are sitting at max. Blackjack, let's just toggle these over so they display properly. And toggle this back and back. So we're getting there for this security level 4 senior security contractor. This has been an absolute grind. It has taken months. I don't know why. It's, you know... Anyway, we'll see. That gets me into the next tier, which gives me, I believe, the $90,000 bunkers, the underground facilities. Yeah, so the sand caves. So that tech that they're building, again, this is, you know, them building pools a lot of this time, which is why things are taking so long. Because rather than, as they did with the first caves that we have right now, you know, those caves were built, and then, you know, the module pieces used to build the other caves that are around the place. But from what I understand, and we'll have a bit of a listen later on, this new tech allows them to create those caves without the need for artists, for the art department to get involved. So, you know, if designers want to put a cave down, you know, that tool then will help them create that cave faster. They didn't really touch too much on that. It was very briefly mentioned, so we'll have a bit of a listen. CIG removed voting for some buggy. Yes, the PTV. Others are saying they removed it because they wouldn't make much money on the skin. Don't know how true it is or not. Look, there's certainly got to be some correlation between what CIG does in-game and with ship sales and all that sort of stuff, you know, based around activities that are happening in the game and obviously, you know, their marketing cycles and all that sort of stuff. But that issue comes up for absolutely anything CIG does. Oh, it's just because they want to sell more ships. Fucking good. Hopefully they sell shitloads more ships, get a whole bunch more money, and can put more resources into the fucking PU. Who gives a shit if they want to sell ships? If you don't want to buy a ship, don't fucking buy a ship. Rant over. As a businessman, I'm there to make fucking money. That's my job, to make money. So that I can give it to everyone who works for me and put some in my pocket so I can buy a second yacht. That's my job, right? If you don't want to buy ships, don't fucking buy ships. But don't get upset because other people might want to. Or for God's sake, the company producing this game wants to sell, maybe even needs to sell ships so they can keep the fucking boat moving. Shut the fuck up, you idiots. I did a box mission today for 8K. Sorry, I got a bit fired up then, didn't I? I did a box mission for... That's not normal. Well, actually, it's not normal on this stream. I don't want to introduce too much of that. I'll tell you how I really think. I did a box mission today for 8K, filled up my 15... Oh, look at this. I hope this is going somewhere good. I did a box mission today for 8k, filled up my 15 SEU cargo space with loot, and made 75k at Mike L1. It did win somewhere perfect. This is where I'm at, really. I want to start figuring out, instead of just this grind, right? You know, I mentioned, let's keep moving along, right? What are we doing? Instead of just this constant grind for, you know, mass money, I'm really keen to explore those little scenarios. And they will be much, much better as the game progresses. But those little scenarios where I'm just want to go do a simple box mission. And then along the way, things happen. Actually, at this place, the terminal sells blah, blah, blah. And I can have a look on my Moby Glass, preferably, or a website if necessary. I've always said I don't want to look things up on a website, but otherwise it makes it too difficult. If they could have that stuff in the Moby Glass, where you could check prices and all that stuff in game, and that'd be amazing. It's a little mini game within the game, right? Buy a few bits and pieces, just like, who said that? Was it Meta? Yeah. And, you know, stick him in the ship, fly off to the next destination, sell them, bump into some NPC who's got some mission that he needs you to do. Those little side quests. Okay, we gotta be high enough now. Where is he? Did we take the mission yet? We didn't. Very high risk. Let's do this very high risk just to settle in. This music, as we're about to head off into space to go dogfighting, reminds me very much of Master and Commander. That'd be good. More resources to the peak would be excellent. That'll slowly happen. Look, I'm taking things very slow at the moment, in my expectations. You know, I've said it many times, we're not playing a game, we're simply existing here at the moment while the world develops around us. And, you know, we can have a certain amount of influence, but at the end of the day, you know, Mother Nature, i.e. the game development cycle, is going to fuck us so many times. Until we get to that point where the game's actually released. And that's not going to be for 3 to 5 years. So settle down, everyone, you know. So this Spectrum, sometimes it doesn't take much to get gamers fired up. It's crazy. And people wants to buy what? People wants to buy gold-plated MDF. Why would I want gold-plated MDF? All right, let's go get this guy. Really been enjoying doing these very high-risk targets. They're super fun. That was during a businessman need to make money. Yeah. I got opinions. Alright, so let's go get this clown. Yeah, they're really good. You know, normally there's 3, 4, sometimes 5 guys there. Just pick out the bounty, just focus on him, kill him, and then, you know, quantum out. Everybody else can get fucked, right? You know, fighting another 4 guys unnecessarily for $500 a piece, what's the point, right? If you run the risk of, you know, being killed, what's the point? Get in, get your target, you know, and get out. I'm getting about 20,000. The mission pays 17.5, but because, you know, as you level up it, essentially, as your reputation, you know, improves, you get bonuses. 15% bonuses the next level. I'm currently getting 10, I think. Yeah. So it's a quick, easy 20 grand. I did one last night. It was kind of towards the end. I didn't really have very many missiles left. I think I had 2 to be precise. Do we have missiles? Yeah, we got missiles. Okay. And I flew in, you know, queued up the 2 missiles, waited till about 4,000, dropped the 2 missiles, switched over to main weapons. The reticle lit up, so I let off a few shots. Both the missiles hit. I got about 6 or 7 rounds on him, and he just went boom. It was over in seconds. And I booted, and I was like, that was a nice, quick, easy 20 grand. It's good fun. I remember the stream fondly the other night. Well, I say the other night, but it was many weeks ago now, where we did 7.5 hours or whatever of dogfighting. But it says he's been having fun doing combat beacons too. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the combat. You know, this comes back to what's available in the game, how much effort, and how much... Why are we going so fast? Because cruise control's on. Alright, we're going to scoot past all these guys just real quick. Just harass them. There's our target down there. I haven't done many of these since that last stream, but I have noticed... Lock target. I have noticed that combat is so different. What? Alright, let's settle in here. It's, you know, these guys are just floating around sometimes, and you get into these little dances, and... right, let's get a lead on this guy. We'll just pull back a little bit to slow him down, and then we can come in behind him. Because if we just keep charging each other like that, then all we're doing is just lancing each other, and you know, that's no point. You know, we want to slow him down, and to do that, the best way is to pull to the side and back on him. That way he'll start circling. just one more shot on him, that's all he needed. Just a tiny little kiss. Just to say everything's alright. You'll see your grandparents in heaven, Mr. Badman. Alright, where do we go? We'll just jump out of here real quick. Lyria is a bit too far away. We'll just make a small jump. Actually, most of these guys will piss off after the bounty has been killed. If some of them do stick around, that's alright. Okay. Next. Right, we'll do one more of those. Is there one? Wait. There'll be somebody here. I can't be bothered fighting him. He ain't worth nothing to me. It's got to buy my bacon and my bread. Alright, let's turn off cruise. I don't think the lasers would like it. No. Well, I was enjoying a bunker and someone came back from the death and shot me. Literally, he was dead on the ground and that's where the shot came from. That's a new one. I have seen people get up before, you know, zombified. Maybe due to game, you know, desync or lag, or, you know, you think they're dead and then, yep, there they are. Whack, 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 whack. 1 minute all crumpled up on the ground, and then next, standing right there, whack, 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 whack. Oh, thanks very much. That was very nice of you. Look, there's going to be lots of that stuff happening for a long time. So annoying. Right. I'm just going to do one more, just so we can settle in. I haven't been using voice attack much for the last couple of fights. And, he's on at the moment, but I'm having a hell of a time getting him to listen properly. You might recall during the previous streams, he's just not paying attention, so I might need to go back through and redo the training, in the voice recognition training. When you get a bounty that's in the middle of nowhere, you can't quantum straight to the bounty. You've got to quantum to a location and then, you know, navigate to him, fly to him. And sometimes on some of the other moons, and I think there's a place on Lyria, certainly on Walla, where they spawn sometimes in the middle of nowhere, and it's 10 minutes of free flying there. It's so annoying. Alright, so as we close in on this guy, what else has happened this week? So we had the PTV removed from the ship showdown. We had the Inside Star Citizen for the new caves. There was a lore post, a question and answer, a lore post put up, which is apparently a quarterly thing, where they go through Spectrum and answer people's questions. and they put together a great big post and you know, pop that up. So I very rarely use missiles.
Son of a bitch.
Decoys. See how slow this guy's moving? Why are my shields critical? Paying attention to what I'm doing. I must have taken a bunch of shots on the way in. Let's just get out of here. We'll recharge for a second or two. The shields don't take too long to charge back up. Change my hotkeys as well just to go 100% shields, engine, or power. Simply because somebody had told me that you don't get any of the benefits unless 100% of the power is in that system. I'm not sure how true that is. Seems strange then that you'd have like a quadrant. Whoa. Alright, this guy almost done. One more magazine. Takes 7 seconds to reload it. Oh, maybe less in this ship. Oh, you're doing a little bit of breakdance in there. Whoa! Wasn't paying attention. This guy's been a bit annoying. Here we go. That was very much a slow dance, that one. You know, right in each other's faces, just, you know, parading around. Shields critical. Let's go full powder shields. Yeah, so I've changed all my hotkeys to full. So, oh no, just leave me alone, please.
Here's something with your name on it.
Nobody needs to get hurt. Here for a job, it's done. You know, you guys go back home. Get some whammers on the way, and you'll be fine. I'll come back for you later. If his name comes across me books. Let's go out here. Okay, let's go out here. What? 30k? Why is nothing working? This mouse is working. Okay. Okay, sticks are working again. Super weird. What the hell's going on? The missile just come flying past. That's amazing. Right, let's go out here. What's going on? Why can I not quantum? Just equalize power for a minute. Quantum drive. Let's spool up. Here we go, we're off. This comms panel up here is super annoying because it sort of jams on, it doesn't switch off. And that's normally where my target information is. And so when one of these clowns is shooting a missile at you and he sends you a message to say, I've got something with your name on it. You know, that the comm screen engages and it takes away my target information. Which wouldn't be a problem if the screen reset itself after the call, but it just hangs on that screen there. You've got to manually turn it off. Alright, let's get this bounty done. The certification. What is this server speaking? Moderate threat for 30 grand. I've kind of switched off from doing these. I was doing a lot of them. I haven't done any testing in the PTU. I mentioned it last time, I think maybe on Monday. I was in there briefly. There were 4 other people on the server. Well, 3. 4 including me.
Ship, do as you're told.
Yes, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Alright, certifications. For bounty hunting. Here we go. Master Tracker. Let's turn... Goddamn. It's bright! It's too bright! Let's turn that off. Let's have a look at our contract manager. Let's go to bounty hunting. Let's go to Master Tracker License Certification. As acknowledgement of your expertise in the craft. The Bounty Hunters Guild would like to offer you the chance to earn a Master Tracker license. You know, I was thinking about this the other day. Welcome to the stream, by the way. My name is Viv. Welcome to Crouch After Dark. You might notice a theme as we progress during the evening, where I will suddenly stop and interrupt myself and talk about something else randomly. Sometimes, and hopefully I do most of the time, bring it back to what I was talking about. This is one of those situations. No, it's gone. Let's just get on with this shit. No, it's back again. This little line here, I was thinking the other day, it'd be, I'm looking forward to the 3 or 4 years from now when we actually start getting some fun content in here and lots of NPCs and lots of, the game sort of stuff you'd expect in an MMO. I almost reinstalled Elder Scrolls Online the other day. Luckily, it's too big and I can't fit everything on the same SSD, so I didn't. Spent a bit of time playing that game. But obviously you end up with this situation where, if you can bump into and talk to anyone or just elicit some sort of response from an NPC when you're close to them, hi, what do you want? Get out of here, sort of stuff. It would be cool if the community, the backers, could send in a quick soundbite. There's lots of people out there with, good, microphones who can record something that's clear enough. There we go. Just send it in, whether they use it or not. That'd be a great way to get people, involved in, humanizing the NPCs. This license would signify that you are qualified to track and apprehend. I really don't think that coffee agrees with me. Extreme risk targets. No, let's do it. 25 grand. Did I not get it? What happened? Yes, go on. Huh? It'll take a few minutes, eh? Maybe they got to set up my paperwork and stuff in the background. Yeah, here we go. Just got the email. Where the fuck are we going for this guy? Okay, not too far, Hurston. Okay, all right. Actually, I'm kind of looking forward to this after. So, patch 3.17.2y is coming out to the live PU. It was supposed to be out, delayed till mid next week. More news that has come out this week. That patch brings with it some stability changes for Siege of Orison. Saw something yesterday where someone on Spectrum was carrying on about why are they worrying about all these dynamic events and stuff. So CIG had mentioned earlier on, and I'm not Space Tomato, so I can't just pull things up out of some magical repository as smoothly and as efficiently as he does. It's amazing to watch. But they'd mentioned that towards the end of the year, there will be a massive celebration with 4 dynamic events. 4 dynamic events. Siege of Orison, which is new, and we've been playing now in 3.17.2 when we did in the PTU, and it's obviously had some issues. Those have been tested in the PTU and coming out to the PU soon. So with Siege of Orison, Jumptown, Ninetales Lockdown, and Xeno Threat. So why are they doing more work on Siege of Orison? So that when they have that event later in the year, it's as smooth as they can get it to be. Let's go. Let's go get this guy set up. This music is ridiculous. It's epic. Alright, we got 22 million. We can probably jump into a few things. What was that? Amidst the Stars by Christopher Mo Dietlivson? Let's go. Let's go. Here we come, Hurston. Alright, what have we got queued up? Nothing. Let's have a bit of a look at what's going on recently. Alright. Guess I could have the ship sound in the background here, hey? Just so everybody knows that we're in Quantum and having a bit of a chat. Star Citizen game audio insert. There we go. So now we should be able to hear some game sound in the background. So first place, obviously, I always look is in the launcher here. There's constantly things coming out in here all the time. This is really interesting to see. Toby Eye Tracker 5 promotion. I know that CIG do maintain some connections with various other companies, but I didn't realize that we had these sorts of promotions available. I would love one, but even at 20% off, they're still super expensive. Wonderful, wonderful piece of kit, but I don't know. I have other options, and the game does have its inbuilt head tracking, so I don't think I'd use it enough. Like, I've messed around. You guys have seen me mess around with my Track IR. That hasn't, get rid of that cold, gross coffee. Ugh. Jump point. New jump point. I don't know if I'm allowed to have a look through that. I'm not sure. Briefly spoke about that once before. Dynamic event weekends. What is happening? How far have we got to go? 14 million kilometers. So we got a little bit of time. So what is Jumptown? Jumptown is back. I don't know how many people know that you can take the unlawful path. You must have a crime stat of any level and accept the mission from Ruto. So he's over in Grimhex. To do this, you will need to have a non-negative affinity with the mission giver. Ruto knows how valuable. Jesus Christ. Nah, damn coffee, man. Ruto knows how valuable this intel is, so he also asks a bone for the mission. On this path, all contraband must be taken to Grimhex to be sold off, regardless of where the mission is taking place. The unlawful path will provide a bonus to the price of each successfully delivered drug box. So if you want to play it as a bad guy, you can totally do that. And that's been the case for a while. Community created a Jumptown tutorial by morphologists. Jeez, that guy's got some great videos. So this is back on. Where's the list? Here we go. So I think this is probably going to be the updated list because they did change it. I would assume that they would change it here on the main page. But if they didn't, then we can check them out on Spectrum also. In a million. So on Spectrum, under announcements, Jumptown reopens tomorrow. Prepare for mayhem. The dynamic event will now kick off at 3 p.m, etc., etc. So here's the times here for this weekend and then next weekend. So they're running for 24 hours. Each location will be open for 24 hours. So there shouldn't be any issues with time zones, which was a massive problem during testing, is that just so many of the events that were happening on the PTU started at 3 a.m. my time. I just couldn't get involved in them, or by the time we did get access to them, they were very, very close towards the end. So Siege of Orison, for example, by the time we were able to get by the time I was able to jump back on due to work and stuff, it was so close to the event finishing I didn't really get a chance to play around with them much at all. So this is the ERT, hey? Master Tracker License Certificate. We're going to try it here in the little Hornet first. That has no quantum fuel. Fuck, why do we have no quantum fuel? Where are we going? Are we going? Let's go get the bounty. We've got enough fuel to get somewhere to refuel. I forgot this has a military grade quantum drive in it, and these things, they're just fast, but they just gobble juice. They spool quickly and stuff, and it's a nice drive, but they just gobble the juice. And it has to be done, doesn't it? Just to add to the tension. Just to add to the tension. Alright, so the VHRTs are fairly easy. Again, I'm just going to target the main guy. I'm going to drop 4 missiles on him as soon as we come in. I'll drop these Marksman 1s on him, then I might move out and drop 4 of these Dementors on him. Let's queue those up. Let's queue those up. We wish this didn't have to be at night. I don't know what the target's going to be. Been fighting a lot of Valkyries. Maybe this might be a Hammerhead or something, bigger. Who knows? There's a Hammerhead for us. There's a Hurricane. Okay, the Hammerhead is our target. Alright, so we'll fire off at about the 5,000 mark. Maybe a little bit more so we can get 2 rounds. Decoys. Gee, that ship's letting out a lot of firepower. Let's get some... Shields are looking bad. Shields are looking bad. There's a lot of shots coming out of these ships. See, he's hardly moving. He's just sitting there. What's going on with my weapons? Alright, shields are somewhat up. Let's get some powder weapons. So where are we fought hammerheads before? We've dumped all decoys. Decoys. Shields. Right, if I can just keep flying in, dump these mags on him. We dropped all our missiles on him, so we've got nothing there. So I think if we just keep coming in on him... Oh. Why did that empty so quickly? Equalize our power. If we get killed here, I don't know if we will. I might come back in the Andromeda. That'd be super fun. So we'll drop in. We'll drop that mag off. Recharge him pretty quickly. We are getting hammered though. Just break off. Let these ships shields recharge for a bit. I don't know if we're going to be able to bring this guy down like this. We're going to have to fight our way through his shields. Get some powder weapons and see if we can dump a couple of quick mags on him. We're just dancing around each other now. And my shields are down. I'm taking a beating. Taking a beating. Oh. Yeah, we were getting hammered then. Just as I was turning off to break off, we, just couldn't dish out enough sustained damage with those little mags to bring those shields down. That was a fully crewed hammerhead. Alright, let's update our death counter. It's up to 22. I've had a few actually recently. This one makes it 23. I've been doing a few of these missions as I'd mentioned. And we've had a few incidents. Alright, so this time I think we'll take the boat out. Actually, I do have a bunch of other fighters there we can play with that I've never flown. Let's get our obligatory beacon suit on, right? If you're a combat pilot, right? That's what you wear, yeah? That's the uniform. Right. Beacons. We'll just quickly sort this list, which should bring our helmet in sort of somewhere around here. We're going to be at the bottom where it should. It is. Sometimes it's not. Bit off more than you could chew there, Viv. Well, it was There was a lot of firepower coming out there. You know, again, I just followed the same tactics as I do with the very high risk targets. Just focus on them, fly in, scoot around, you know, output the damage, and then, you know, get out. But I was taking a lot of fire, not just from the Hammerhead, from his supporting craft too. So, you know, maybe the strategy there, if I'm going to fight in the Hornet, needs to be a bit more prolonged. You know, I play the long fight. I've only got 8 missiles in that ship, and I dumped all 8 on that guy. Maybe, you know, at the wrong time. So maybe I just need to change tactics a little bit and go in and take care of the supporting fighters first, while I'm trying to avoid that guy as much as possible until, you know, I've got him. I can just concentrate on bringing that guy down. Or, you know, we just say that the Hornet's not a great ship in my hands to run the ERTs. Maybe I need a different weapon loadout. Maybe I need some distortion. I was thinking about putting some distortion weapons on the turret. Only has 2 size 2 weapons. And so in the configuration I've got the 2 size 2 weapons in the turret, and then the 3 size 3 weapons on one on each wing and one on the nose. So maybe there's a better a better layout or setup for fighting ERTs in the Hornet. I'm not sure. But I want to take the Constellation. One big fat tanky boat versus other big fat tanky boats. So once we get on our way, another 22 million kilometers. We didn't spend long out there. That 23 million we spent in quantum travel. It was a very short trip to Hurston. Certainly picked a fight against a much larger dog and was resoundly beaten. I was flying these bounty missions the other night, and a beacon popped up, service beacon. I grabbed it and thought, oh yeah, I'll go off and do that. And I'd totally forgotten that in the meantime, you know, I just died in the previous round of fighting, and I jumped in my 300i to just go do a little bit of exploring. And then that mission popped up, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll take that. And then on the way there, I was like, this is not the cockpit of the Hornet. What the hell am I in? And it let it off a couple of bursts, and I was like, oh man, I'm in the 300i against a hard service beacon. And yeah, I got trolloped. Trounced? I got trounced. Does trolloped make sense? Just to be able to come and talk to this guy, click on him. Everyone's interactable, right? Or at least the focus, icon comes up, and it changes when we mouse over something, so it knows something's there. What you want, mate? I'm busy. And obviously you need thousands of bytes like that, right? You can't just use the same 20 over and over. Yes, pink armor. Very nice.
Vehicle selected.
Oh, come on, people.
Stand by. Please visit us again.
It's not hard.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Goodbye.
So we'll take the Constellation for a bit of a cruise and see, how that pans out. I do like that person thinks I'm going to give a shit about them standing in front of me.
Vehicle selected.
We've all got time, honey. We've all got time.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Thank you for visiting our core, Stanton's capital of commerce. Whatever your transaction, we wish you a beneficial and prosperous
All right.
day.
So we'll make sure that this is all fully fueled up and armed. I've already forgotten the hangar number. Number 9. What's going on, Magic Lift? Thought you were supposed to be fast these days. Scan on.
Exploring the stars.
Right, so we'll jump back in our ship. We'll head back into Quantum. We'll duck back into the news and have a bit of a look around and see what's going on. Still 164 meters away. This size of this hangar is ridiculous. Oh, my hotkeys aren't working. Give me a second. I'm just going to turn my keyboard on. Just going to turn my keyboard on. Let's turn that on. Excuse me while I scratch me noses. There we go. So that's that one. That should be giving us fun stuff. And then this one here should give us this. Yeah. It's just ridiculous the size of this hangar. Imagine the ships you can park in here. This is a big ship. This is a big ship. Can I run that way? How did I do this? This is amazing. Always wanted to be able to look around like this. Is that just the Z key? I tap it again. See, I'm out of that view now. I can't get back in it. Or you can just move your head but still travel in the same direction. Z key relocked the camera, but it doesn't unlock it. Must be a different combination of keys. I do like the interior of this ship. I know a lot of people hate it. A lot of people seem to hate this ship, but I don't know. I really love it. It just screams utility sort of exploration to me. It'd be so good when we have, you know, that sort of level of stability where this can be kitted out. Get a crew organized for it and go on some cool, amazing adventures. That's what I want, right? That's what we all want. These cool, crazy, fun adventures. And that can only happen when things happen during the game as we're playing it. You know, encounters with players, obviously, encounters with NPCs. You know, encounters as we're working towards our own goals. All right, let's just double check. Missiles, let's cycle through. We've got 4 task force missiles and that's it. Okay, well, how about we quickly rearm? $4,500 worth of missiles. Okay. What are we sitting on? 3 mil. Around $1 million in the last couple of days just from bounties. That's crazy. Righto. We've already got our target. I think we might have lost it on Hurston, or is it still there? No, it's still there. Let's fly back over. Oh, we can plot a course there. Sometimes you can't. Straight out of Area 18. You've got to do a little bit of manual navigation first. Wait a minute. The roof's closed. The roof's closed, Viv. We haven't requested clearance.
You are clear to launch.
Left wing. Left wing. Yeah, see, it's been a bit annoying. Look out the front. Look out the front. Get back in the cockpit. Get back in the cockpit. Alright, the doors are opening. It's always traffic now, it's amazing. Oh, I had a collision the other day. Let's get some cruise control happening. I had a collision coming into Area 18. It's flying over to come into my hangar, and someone came straight out of their hangar and just went whack. Dead. Death counter. Oh, it was amazing. I've said several streams ago, you know, as the player cap keeps going up, and it's looking like there's been a little bit of rumorage flying around that I've seen, that there might be another player cap increase for 318, so that they can test, get a little bit more heavier action on PES that'll be coming in with 318, the persistent entity streaming. We're pretty much high enough to navigate to where we need to go. Now, huge slow boat. Turn off cruise. Where's our first marker at? Why do we only... What? That's our destination, folks. One of two? I mean, one of two. How do you expect me to jump straight to Hurston? I need an orbital marker here, people. This is not going to work. What's that going on, my GPS, sir? Oh, no. No map. No map. Behave. Let's try double clicking, zoom in. Let's move it somewhere where we can see it. There we go. We've got action. In we go. Set a route there. Here we go. Off to OM6 first. Speaking of conditions, or collisions. Here we go. Get that cruise control off. Why is the ship not responding? Here we go. Super strange. Speaking of collisions, 4 Griefer ships came to Ariel Latham to whack me, and one of them smashed into the surface of the moon and bounced back up into the sky. They're not Griefer ships, man. They're NPCs. I can pretty much guarantee it, especially when you mention that we're at a location, because quite often bounties, when you accept the bounty missions, they spawn at a location, and if someone just happens to be there, then they get attacked. And that's what happened to me with the pirates that attacked me when I was wreck diving, because, bounties spawn at the wrecks. So I doubt that they were players. And even if they were players, I'd call that a stretch to call that griefing. That's just straight up murder and being a pain in the ass. That's not griefing. At least not from, my understanding of griefing. Everyone, it's a sensitive subject. There's many pieces to that pie. And each piece, seems to have, its relevance. But, griefing, in my opinion, is not being straight up murdered. That's just going to happen in any PvP game, in any sandbox game where people have the ability to do whatever they want. Of course, you're going to get people who just murder people straight up. That's not griefing. That's just people murdering people straight up. Griefing is when you're constantly being harassed. And you just haven't had a chance encounter with people and being murdered. You're constantly being harassed. That's griefing. That's griefing. Just being straight up murdered sucks, and I hate that. But it's not griefing, and I think the community needs to make sure that we're helping people understand what these definitions actually mean in a sandbox PvP environment, because it's not going away, and it's not going to change. And that's straight up. You could be murdered at any stage in real life. And Chris Roberts wants Star Citizen to be his real life sci-fi world. That's the world we're going to get. And he's made no secret of that. He's mentioned it many times in the past. And, he wants people to live in a world where you could be murdered at any stage. But the game needs to have, and right at the moment it lacks, some of the facilities around that to facilitate that sort of gameplay in an understandable and enjoyable experience for all the players. And right now we don't have a lot of that stuff in the game. The legal system, the crime stat system is woefully inadequate. Obviously, all these things are building blocks and stepping stones, and things will improve. And this goes back to... Fuck, man. This goes back to players understanding that, what we're playing now is not the game we'll be playing in 4 years when it's released, or 5 years, or 6 years, or whenever it's released. Whenever the game is released, it will be vastly different than what we are playing now. And so to help with that sort of stuff, they need to have Actually, Space Tomato just did a podcast last night, which I managed to sit in live in their podcast room over on his Discord, talking with Avenger 1 about PvP and all that sort of stuff. And obviously this issue comes up. Of course, it's always relevant. It's a thing in the game, and a lot of people hate it. A lot of people love it. A lot of people misunderstand it. There's a lot of... Let's go, ship. Take me there. There's a lot of, opinions. But having visual presences of UEE security forces in places around Stanton, a higher level of presence would indicate, obviously, that area was more secure, more dynamic sort of, event. So when someone with a crime stat does fly into a heavily patrolled and secure area, it starts spawning UEE ships. There was some discussion in the chat in the podcast room that, it'd be cool if, 3 or 4 guys with crime stats were harassing people. Let's say we'll take Meta's example here, where he was over at Latham and 3 or 4 player characters came in and started causing issues. Then obviously Latham, being a small place, probably doesn't have any UEE security immediately right there, but they should be relatively quick to arrive once, the situation starts, flaring up. And if there's more, criminals there, then, more and more UEE ships spawn in, larger ships start arriving because obviously, you're going to need larger force to take care of, a larger group of criminals. So the legal system, doesn't really exist to provide players support, or, an understanding really of, where they can be safe. Being straight up murdered sucks. Let's queue up some missiles here. We only have one time. Why do we only have 4 missiles? Did it not restock our missiles? Oh, you! All right, we're straight up guns. All right, let me get to the chat. Not a clue. Probably NPCs. Yeah, definitely NPCs. But they're a pirate org, so who knows? Yeah. But I'm sure most pirate orgs don't bounce into the ground and then fly off. I've seen the NPCs do some fun stuff sometimes. Alright, so... it's just going to be guns versus guns. Let's fire those missiles off. Get some gimbals on. Might as well in this slow boat. Alright, so we got some hits, but it's still going to be a fight. So these have the size 4 cannons in them. 4 size 4s. The top cannons can be size 5s, because they're not gimbaled, or you can gimbal them so that so you've got 2 gimbaled weapons and 2 non-gimbaled weapons. And if you run them all at size 4, then it's the same location and stuff every time. Okay, there we go. We're almost out of ammo. Shields are critical. Let's retreat. Let's fire up some shields. Out of shields. Let them hammer away on that rear shield for a bit. So that hammerhead, we got a little bit of action to his shields done, but I think by the time we get back there, geez, that shield's taking a long time to recharge. We might need to deal with some of these other pesky fools. Like this guy here, shield's critical again. Valkyrie. Yeah, we've lost this fight. We're going down. We definitely need to clear up these guys first. Two bogeys on my radar. So there might be one more Valkyrie. What's this guy? A Hurricane. Alright, we can sort this guy out. This then just leaves me with a target. Okay, we pull back on this guy. If you're going to try and dance around me, let's pull back and get a little bit of thrust on him. Nope. Wants to hide out up here. shields looking like? Shields are good. Powered our weapons. Whoa. Ship's doing some weird things sometimes. I don't know if it's my sticks or the game or... But I can't roll right for some reason. Yeah, the whole ship's behaving super weirdly. Obviously we've taken damage, but this is not normal. Look at this, we're just parking up next to each other. This is a proper old school, you know, one broadside after the other. Although I think his broadside is probably a little bit more painful than mine is. Yeah, if you're having issues with rolling, it might be the stick with these. This is a known issue. Yeah, yeah. That's why I originally was, you know, I was looking at them, but I didn't initially buy them until that happened by mistake, because I had heard that there potentially was this issue. Alright, where's he at? His shields are down, but not down. Oi! There we go. No good. Alright, we need 24. There are pirates. I watched a pirate video today where they stalked a miner and got his cargo. Was that from the Mongrel Squad? Yeah, those guys do amazing stuff. You know, how they approach piracy and how they go about it is exactly how piracy should be done. Obviously, they're using their experience of the game to help them, you know, play like that. But having, you know, proper, you know, tools in the game, which obviously can be used. You know, we've got a lot of them right now. The bounty hunting. Whoa, okay. The bounty hunting mechanisms, for example. But you know, there's any tool that can be used for law enforcement can and should be able to be used for piracy. Well, you know, the majority of the tools. Because essentially they're doing the same thing. You know, cops are hunting down bad guys and bad guys are hunting down loot. And Mongrel Squad do a great job. You know, I've watched a few of their videos now and it's always entertaining. To see the amount of effort and stuff that they put into their heists, to see it done well, to see it done with craft is really good. I can't wait to have my first pirate encounter. It's going to be amazing. We'll see how much character they want to have in it. Let's sort this and grab the helmet. Sometimes I feel like the only people being punished are the ones doing the good gameplay loops. Well, you know, most people get punched and robbed and stabbed all day, man. Every day, everywhere. That's what happens. What do they say? The nice guy finishes last? So yeah, I think right now, one of the biggest deterrents to, you know, just straight up all out murder, and it is the consequences. Now, I totally understand that people are upset and stuff, and nobody wants to be, you know, ganked or murdered or, you know, prevented from. Jesus Christ! Really, Atreyu? During the middle of a conversation. Nobody wants to be murdered, but you know, the game just doesn't have in it at the moment those you know, more advanced mechanisms and the consequences. You know, again, you know, Chris has made no secret, and that's a big building block of what Star Citizen that actually is. about, you know, his death of a spaceman concept. I don't know how much you've seen about that or how much you know about it. You know, again, it's one of those polarizing sort of issues. And, you know, there's a lot of unknown and a lot of speculation about how it might potentially actually work within the game, you know, given that things will just continue to develop and progress and change and, you know, hopefully improve as they continue to bring these major tech blocks in and then start delivering the content that those blocks will facilitate. As that happens, you know, all we can really do is have patience. But yeah, the death of the spaceman is certainly will make things different. When you die, it's not just, okay, well, you know, like right now, I'll get a free beacon suit and I'm just back in and I haven't really lost anything. That death of a spaceman will change that. You know, if you will have to actually think, you know, do I actually want to get involved in, you know, this activity where I might potentially actually die? Or as the legal system and as the reputation system grows, do I really want to get this crime stat because it's going to be marked against me permanently? You know, I will eventually become known to police so that when I'm flying around places, yes, I might just arrive and 2 UEE ships just spawn near me, just fly in next to me. Just because I'm a known criminal, I'm not currently wanted, I have no crime stat, but I'm a known offender. Until those sorts of things are in the game, then yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, if you can be killed at any time, just expect to be killed at any time. It's like it's just the nature of these sorts of games and people playing them. It reminds me very much of that scene in a Band of Brothers, where they're fighting in the hedgerows and they're posted up, and you know, the tanks break through to save them and stuff, and you know, one of the guys is crouching in the hole. He's absolutely terrified. He can't get up. He can't shoot. And then after the battle is over, you know, the badass captain, what's his name? Captain Spears, or Lieutenant Spears, you know, says to this guy, you know, blah, 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 you know, all you need to do is understand that, you know, what does he say? The sooner you can realize that you're already dead, the sooner you can function as a soldier is supposed to. And I think if you just carry that in the back of your mind, whenever you're, I'm going to say playing Star Citizen, but whenever you're inside the verse, if you keep that in the back of your mind that, you know, the game's going to kill you at some stage, a 30k is going to kill you at some stage, a player might kill you, you might just get blown over by the wind and die. If you understand that that can happen, and you don't want it to happen, the only option you have is to not put yourself in that position. Again, Mr. Miyagi, let's quote a little bit of Mr. Miyagi. Best defense? No, be there. Don't want to get griefed in a game where you could get griefed anytime? Maybe you need a different game. Because as long as people can do that, they'll fucking do it. You know, gamers and games. All right, what do we do here? What do we do? Because we got taken out in the hurricane. We got cleaned up in the Constellation. I think we go back in the Constellation, properly fully armed. I don't know why it's not armed properly. We might just, we'll respawn this, then we'll go into the vehicle manager. We'll nap about there for a little bit. Okay, whilst this is going, let's give ourselves the 13 minutes. I got time. How is everybody? I hope you're all having a wonderful Saturday night. Okay, just a little random, but you know, we'll roll with it. Hope you're all having a wonderful Saturday night, a wonderful weekend. It was actually a lovely day here in Melbourne, which was beautiful, although I did spend all of it inside. Spent a little bit of time outside, but not much. Let's go back to here. The Jump Town is running. What else did we get from the launcher? The new jump point, Toby Eye Tracker, inside Star Citizen. So this was the caves. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Our goal for the last half year has been to figure out how to build additional cave archetypes. Not only trying to
Well, my
establish
key's
the
not
visual.
working. That looks so good with this little fire pit and stuff down here. It looks like it's probably a flare or something down there, but being able to set up that sort of stuff in the future would be
Build
amazing.
additional cave
Fireplaces and
archetypes. Not only trying to establish the visual, but also define a new workflow on how we can
Let me catch up with the chat, sorry, because I know I got all ranty and then I didn't read many of people's comments. Meta says, doesn't actually bother me. I have the capability of punishing them back in my ship. So if I want to fight, I will. If I want to run, I can do that. Yeah, exactly. And they're the options that we should have available. Now, obviously, that might not always be the case. If someone brings a Mantis in and locks down Quantum and stuff, then that's just life, right? But yeah, if you want to fight, I should be able to go somewhere and fight. If I don't want to fight, I should be reasonably. It should be reasonable enough for me to expect to be safe in an environment where where I know it is safe. And right now, outside of an armistice zone, it's not safe, right? But with the concept of Pyro being inhabited by 4 different gangs, and there being no UEE presence, and it not under really their jurisdiction or control, that's a ruthless, lawless environment, whereas Stanton is patrolled to some extent by the UEE and by the independent corporate security forces. What we lack right now is those forces in visual. You don't see enough cops. You just don't see enough cops. You see them fucking everywhere when you walk around in the stations, right? Go to Lawville or Area 18, there's just guards every 5 meters, right? But in the skies and in their major, transport hubs and lanes and routes and stuff like that, yes, you might see a fighter come flying up, or someone comes and scans you, or you might, be flying into Everest Harbor and there'll be 2 UEE ships and stuff there. But that's not really a strong enough indication of secure, right? Because 2 UEE ships can be taken out by a good player in seconds. I would call two ships what you should expect to find at an outpost that's been patrolled. And around a station, anywhere up to a dozen. That way when I'm flying around and I can see lots of cops, this must be a pretty safe area. Or if dudes come here to give me trouble, there's lots of cops here.
can make better looking, better performing caves.
New wave caves. All right, let's finish up the chat, Biv. I will admit, this says, Jason, I have a biased opinion as I do enjoy PvP. But it says, well, I don't do PvP. I will do missions against AI to make credits. Yep. But there are other game loops that I enjoy more. Yeah, look, there's a reason why I haven't done the bounty certification to hunt players, right? It's just not really something I'm into. If I get involved in a scrap, I'm not going to run from it. But, again, I'm primarily a PvE player. I want to have the exploration experience. I don't want to fight people in space. That's boring, Why would I want to do that? I want to explore space. If I want to fight people, there's fucking loads of other games I can do that in. I don't mind having to fight people, and I totally expect that, and, I'm cool with that. But that's not what my focus is. I'm a PvE person. I want to explore this amazing world that Chris Roberts wants to give us. And, that can only happen, progressively as all of these major, reworked and retooled and redeveloped tools are implemented. It's taken them 10 years to figure out the tools that they need. So be it. When you're doing R&D on the fly, everything takes a long time, especially when you're doing R&D and development at the same time with the same people. And, I've done that. And, things happen very slowly. And you do get to the point where you're like, fuck, actually, if we want to do this, then this bit needs to have XYZ. And it's too complicated to build XYZ into what we've built here, so we need to rebuild this again to account for XYZ. And whilst we're doing that, let's just spend the time to think about what else we might need to, bring into this in the future. And, that takes obvious time. So I'm very much looking forward to that wonderful PvE experience where I get to actually explore. And, things happen on my journey. I bump into NPCs, or I find, some information about some quest or some storyline, or, there needs to be that in this game. It can't just be an open sandbox. It's just going to be pointless, unless you have something to guide players along. then you end up with a lawless, barren place where people just get killed on sight because there's nothing else to do, right? You having issues with the rolling? Yep. It was a Mongrel Squad video. Yes. Yeah, they got some great stuff up.
Exploring the stars.
Sun just came up about an hour ago in Kentucky. Your super duper is here in the chat. Welcome. I hope you are well. I hope your weekend, the start of your weekend, start of your Saturday is promising a wonderful day. And if the sun's just come up, then that means it's a new day. It can only be a good thing. On outposts, armistice zones mean jack. The NPCs try to kill you on the pad.
Please be aware that while
Yeah, I don't think the armistice zones actually work anywhere other than the landing zones. They certainly don't work at the space stations. You can shoot inside the hangar. Maybe at outposts they do actually work. But yes, NPCs can kill you on the pad, you know. It's a bit strange. Yeah, the crime side of the game should be high risk, high reward, I feel. Look, it needs to be... It's a game loop, right? And it needs to be enjoyable by the casual player. If the casual player wants to play as a pirate, then he should be able to play as a pirate, you know, with the same expectations of enjoying the game as someone who doesn't want to play as a pirate. His experience shouldn't be any more challenging or complicated, but it should come with increased risk, yes. And that risk is a solid reputation system where you actually have consequences. And a lot of this relates back into A Death of a Spaceman, that your reputation is persistent. And when you are killed in the game, it's not you who comes back, essentially. You are coming back, and as Chris explained it once, as kind of almost like a relative. Somebody who was known to have been associated with your previous character. So he already has some reputation by bloodline, I guess you could say, with those organizations his forefather had reputation with. You're coming back as a lower level version of yourself, essentially, disguised as like a relative or somebody who, you know, knew you, etc. So you lose things, you lose reputation, and potentially, you know, you might become known as offspring of criminals. You know, once we get that sort of reputation system in, then, you know, we can start to experience and see some really interesting game loops in terms of piracy and murder and, you know, crime and all that sort of stuff. I don't mind players messing with me, but I don't enjoy having to deal with NPCs. But I don't really do combat because I can get my Xbox controller to aim competently, because I can't get my Xbox controller. I set up my joysticks the other day for a first-person movement and all that sort of stuff. It's wonderful for filming, you know, beautiful shots and all that sort of stuff. But fucking combat, it's so unfamiliar. But in general, I will get in global and advertise my location and load to draw pirates. I do make it more fun getting away. You're one of those people on motorbikes that I see on YouTube who pull up in front of the cops and, you know, pop a mono and then speed off and slow down and speed off and slow down. All right, let's get into this cave stuff. Then we'll get back on with
out for the
third attempt at this extreme risk target.
Artist friendly, and to a point even where designers can make entire cave rooms without necessarily needing an artist to do any.
So this is key here, right? And it's all I've been hearing from CIG every time I see something. Let's just go back.
The new workflow we've figured out for the caves is much more artist friendly, and to a point even where designers can make entire cave rooms without necessarily needing an artist to do any work.
So this is massively important, and it applies to all the tech that they've been building, like the river tech and all that sort of stuff. Mighty Bridge and their ability to build, you know, outposts and towns and settlements and all that sort of stuff, is that when you need to get multiple different teams involved to make something happen, obviously you end up with scheduling issues, conflicts. Sometimes some people's job doesn't take very long and other jobs take a lot longer, and you end up in this situation where, you know, this team can't get on with its work until this team finishes its job, and this job is quite long, so this team doesn't have anything to do. Now, CIG seem to be pretty good at putting those people to use in all other sorts of things, which is where the racing track at the sand pit, snake pit has come from, which is where the buggy racing has come from. People in their spare time, whilst they're waiting on other teams to do their work, are doing other things, and some of them are, these fun little projects that we're seeing here in the game. So when they're talking about these sorts of tools where a designer can just go, we need a new cave, whack, 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 whack. It's obviously not that simple. Generate that without having to include people from lighting or people from, art and stuff. If you eliminate those other teams, then everything just becomes
The designer could go in and build like a white box room and send this to the Houdini process, which will then return an almost finished cave room.
See, and return an almost finished cave room. This looks great.
For the first release, there will be new sand caves on Staymire, which is like the prime candidate, being a very desert planet. But they will also be going on Magda, Ita, Wala, and Hurston itself.
That's a wonderful, wonderful list. Right now, I think there's only caves on Microtech and Hurston, but I could be entirely wrong. I was also just about to say, I haven't spent a lot of time exploring caves. In fact, I've never seen a map of cave locations. Maybe just because I haven't looked for it, and it's just therefore never come across my radar. But you see maps and coordinates for wrecks and all that sort of stuff, the ones that we were using in the previous streams to go wreck diving. But finding these caves can be super, super difficult, and especially at night. Even if you get a mission to get here, you lose the target marker about 10 kilometers out. Then you've got to look for it. They can be really challenging to find.
One thing I really liked about the old caves was that they always had this feeling of claustrophobia, and we tried to keep that in some regards.
Whereabouts are we? Have we? Are we? What? We're waiting for the ship to spawn. We can't get into Quantum until the ship's here.
Welcome.
Then we set it on for 13 minutes or whatever so we can watch that video. We rambled about... Perfect timing. Rambled about PvP for a little bit. So we'll get into Quantum and we'll finish off that video. Because it's super interesting, right? Towards the end of it, they start talking about the different archetypes, ice caves, and that's a lovely little knit stack, well done. Ice caves and rock, a rework of the rock caves, and I just hope that there's either the caves don't allow you to get trapped, which would kind of suck. It's getting stuck in the cave is an amazing moment of fun gameplay if the facilities exist for us to be rescued. If you can get stuck in a cave and there's nothing that can be done about it, well, that just sucks balls and shouldn't be the case. But if you can get stuck in a cave but be rescued, that would be amazing. And be rescued without having to be knocked out first and then tractor beamed. Why can you tractor beam an unconscious person but not a conscious person? That doesn't make any sense to me. To stop people being harassed by people with multi-tools? Well, the solution isn't to disable the multi-tool, it's to improve the punishments for people that are doing that sort of stuff. Yes, you could leave that up to players to decide, but, that never works, Who said a person is smart but a group of people are idiots? Entirely accurate. Okay, so let's check. Before we go anywhere, we have no missiles. Let's just fire up some power. Okay, we're full complement of missiles. Oh yeah, because we claimed the ship and it was destroyed. For some reason though, my snub is still missing. Let me quickly check. Yeah, I'd love to have some, there's that, the Constellation commercial. We might watch that too, it's super fun. Just quickly check my snub, then we'll get into Quantum. finish off the cave video. Hopefully if we prioritize our fights and take out the support first. Yeah, see, my snub is missing. So annoying. If we prioritize our fights, hopefully we can win this time. Third time's a charm, right? But it would be cool fun to have this ship fully crewed and, you know, with a pilot for the snub and go around, you know, exploring. The commercial, you know, they land on this planet, there's these creatures and aliens and stuff there, and they get their Ursa rover out, and yes!
You are clear to launch.
Alright. Whilst we're waiting for doors and stuff to open. This guy. Round 3. Okay, we can't set a course here yet. That's all good. You open the doors above us. They are opening. Oi. What's going on? What is going on? Why does the ship just suddenly start moving like that? I don't think it's the joysticks. I don't think it's the joysticks.
Thank you.
I wasn't even touching them. All I did was scroll up on the mouse wheel and the ship went crazy. Went off the scanner. Why did that come on? Maybe I knocked it. Fun times! Yeah, I missed you, bugs. Alright, so Baijini straight ahead. We just need to clear the atmosphere. We've got a few thousand kilometers to go. Try unplugging and replugging. Yeah, I'm not massively keen to try that during the stream. Who knows what's going to happen, right? If I had a dual setup and I could nap about with the gaming rig while the stream was still running, I'd do that, but we can deal with it. It just wigs out for a second or two, maybe 3 seconds, and then I can get the ship back under control. And it's, you know, it was only then a worrying issue because we were so close to the hangar. We just exited the hangar. Alright, so we're up at Baijini. We should be able to plot a course from here. No bridge? Looks like it. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I know that you were talking about the sticks, Jason. I don't want to unplug the sticks because they're plugged into my USB extender, and if that turns off, then I lose a whole bunch of stuff. And if that doesn't come back on properly, you know, a lot of that stuff needs to be running first before I open OBS. Otherwise, sometimes some of those things, you know, if I open them after I've opened OBS doesn't recognize them. Yeah, there's potential for things to go wrong, and, you know, for having to worry about a little bit of weirdness every now and then, rather not have to worry about having to restart the stream. Righto, so let's jump back into this cave video. Future caves.
Another thing that was always a concern, the old ones, was that it was very bumpy to walk through them.
Yeah.
So one thing we definitely improved on is walking through them and traversing the space as much.
This is critical. You know, jumping around in caves, just because they were just so, you know, you couldn't explore them. You could. They were just not easy to move around in.
Nicer in general. Also, we added a lot more natural light sources, so you will have much more
That makes us is here in the chat. Are you using just the drivers for your sticks or the software as well? I don't use the software. I've heard that the software is not very good and can cause complications. And, you know, if I don't need to use someone's software to use the equipment, then I don't use the software.
Cinematic experience.
Too much software as it is.
For the first release,
that's also another thing that's missing from the. I need to constantly stop this video and talk, otherwise, you know, just to make sure that, you know, I don't get copyright strikes. CIG is really, really good with this sort of stuff, but, you know, we're watching and we're reviewing, you know. That's one thing that's missing from caves at the moment is a little bit of natural light just bursting through in certain areas, because, you know, you'd have that to some extent unless you were miles underground, or well, you know, fully underground. Having those cracks with light coming through just helps add to the ambiance.
But it's hopefully very soon, will be released shortly.
Easy to see.
And also for the first release, the caves will be walkable on foot only, like no vehicle entrances, no ship entrances, but the workflow is flexible enough to accommodate those once we get to those. Like, this first release is mostly about showing the community the visual we've developed for this archetype. Additional archetypes that are like we are scheduled to work on.
Well, that's interesting. Let's just pause this. We'll just go back a second. Maybe one more.
For this archetype, showing the community the visual we've developed.
I like his inflection there on the word visual, because obviously he knows other things are happening. We're showing the community the visuals that we're developing. So hopefully, you know, when we see this coming to the game, it comes with a whole bunch of other things that aren't visual. Like the facility to use ropes or you know, rappel off things, or you know, make ascents and that sort of stuff.
For this archetype, additional archetypes that are like we are scheduled to work on in the next 1 year. It's gonna be the rock archetype, which will replace the existing caves.
The problem with caves is, do you want to go exploring a cave in a game as glitchy as Star Citizen? Yeah, of course. You know, I'm totally expecting the game to be glitchy, and you know, that's just part of, you know, the game at the moment. I'm fully aware of that. I'm happy with that. It makes it frustrating and annoying, which is why I'm excited about this new cave stuff that they're working on. Like, as you mentioned just before, you know, flattening out and smoothing out the surfaces so you can walk around a little bit easier instead of having to, you know, hop and bounce and jump and all that sort of stuff.
Then we also have
So yes, you know, I do want to do some cave exploring. I love getting lost in a cave for a couple of hours. It's such a wonderful experience. And, you know, that's what I'm after about the experience. You know, the money grind at the moment is really the only thing that you can do in Star Citizen that leads to any sort of progression. And that's just not enough, all right? You know, when the game is released, you know, in however many years from now, you know, that can't be the main goal, is just to grind money and buy ships. You know, it'd be... Right now we've got reputation, which is what we're grinding through right now. We're on our way to go do our, you know, ERT certification.
Acidic archetype, which will fit into aerial.
Getting lost in a cave for a few hours is amazing.
Like those bubbling acid pools, or salt or sulfur pools. Then there's also the ice archetype, which will be great for microtech and its moons, for example. And the last one that's actually scheduled is the overgrown one, which will also work well on microtech in the forests and
something that's nice and mossy and, you know, damp and with, you know, little purple fireflies and stuff. And every time I've done a cave, I get my head glitched in the side of the cave surface. I've only been in caves maybe 4 or 5 times. I've never had an issue. Outside of, you know, the glitchiness that can be the traversal mechanisms in Star Citizen, not grabbing onto ledges and stuff, and, you know, obviously, hopefully those things will improve as, you know, we continue to move on, as much of the game is improving around us.
Awesome.
Obviously,
with the team of quite proud of the experience we managed to achieve with the new cave archetype that's coming out. It was really fun for us to do and like make this excursion and try to figure out all the problems that come with that. We're looking forward to building all the other archetypes as well. The established workflow now, which has gone much faster. And
there is an image somewhere, and again, I'm not Space Tomato, and I just can't pull up things from a magical repository. But there is an image that CIG have shared of somebody rappelling down. It's like a cinematic shot, right? He's in the light. There's a light beam hitting him, like a light ray hitting him. He is hanging from a rope as is descending into a cave.
And hopefully result in some really cool looking new places the player can experience.
That sort of stuff, hopefully.
Alpha 318 is slated to bring with it a number of new aspects to the persistent universe. From the new rivers, the arena racetrack, the Korea revamp, the prison additions, and new sand caves that we've already discussed this quarter, to the cargo refactor, hull scraping, and persistent entity streaming, and more that we'll be covering over our next 5 weeks. But occasionally, we like to look even farther ahead and explore the earliest prospects of work that's only now just beginning. And this week, we've got Star Citizen Live game director Todd Pappy to share with us plans for our new player experience, the first in-game tutorial since Old Gunny tried to help us pilot our way out of the asteroid hangar oh so long ago.
So this, we might come back to this a little bit later on, the new player experience and stuff. Tell me we are close and we've finished our quantum jump. Yes, okay. I didn't forget to send us into quantum. So the new player experience is something that's, you know, it's required, right? It's required. But what can you put into the game, and they'll talk about this in the video, that doesn't need to be reworked every time something updates or changes? And that's the reason why there is no tutorial, so to speak. And, you know, because things are changing so much that developing a proper player introduction just doesn't work. So, you know, what do you do in the interim? Do you just keep throwing up loads of tooltips? Can you throw some stuff up on the Mobi-Glass? You know, that way you don't have any mocap or anything like that. There's no voice acting. You know, that can be updated relatively quickly and easily. You know, we already have the ability for, you know, messages to pop up on the screen. You know, like we do when that lady pops on from Orison, you know, when Siege of Orison is going on. Maybe instead of having an actor there or a character that needs to be animated and stuff, it could just be, you know, a system message, just the system logo that you're in, you know, the UEE logo or something, or and just you know, very quick audio playing. Again, not terribly complicated to do. Obviously, the bigger studios and stuff get, the more complicated things become and the more expensive they become. Let's turn that off. Alright, so there shouldn't be anybody here. It's just going to be me and old Bob here. Taking bets, Viv, 1 to 4. Minimum bet, 1 Tim Tam. So we're just going to, you know, pound these guys with missiles, right? That's the plan. Shouldn't be anybody else here. We'll fly in, we'll let off rounds of missiles, we'll exchange a few shots at each other, then we'll, you know, break, let my shields recharge, fire off my missiles. So there shouldn't be anybody else here. This will be our target here. Hopefully Atreyu behaves himself. Right, so we've almost got his shields down. Get some gimbals on. Might as well. Big slow boat. My shield's holding at 20. We're moving at 40 meters a second. We're just dancing around each other, just trading shots. Let's see if we can get up onto the other side of him. We need to break off for a second, let this shield recharge. He's just got so many turrets on him. Shields are critical. Shields are down. Let's break off this way. You can hammer on that back one for a second. Move us out of here. Let's get some powder shields. Alright, we'll break off for a little bit. So he's got no shields up at the moment. we just need ours to come. Okay, so shields are coming back now. Mine are coming back now. Fire up some missiles. It's coming at us quick. Alright, he's hurting. Oh, he's got shields up. We're at 19. Alright, well now we're going through. Got 90 rounds. Nope. Alright, let's... Powder shields will break off for a second. Look how slow we're moving. It's ridiculous. Let him hammer on that back shield for a bit. Fire up some more missiles. Get some more task force little size ones in there. Now it'd be a... Oh, what? I was going to say, now would be a great time to have that, head movement so I could look down and see where my shields are at. Oh, amazing. I thought I had him, man. I didn't realize my shields were so low. I knew that I came back with them, into the fight without them being fully charged. All right, let's fucking 25, man. We're going from 22 to 25 in the one session. This bounty hunting business is risky. All right, what are we doing here? Let's get back onto this screen here, and we'll get ourselves back up. We need to do this certification, right? I don't have like a big torpedo ship, so this is the only way we can do it. We will do it. We will do it. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's get our new beacon on, which will be down the bottom here. Lovely. Double click that. Double click that. Helmet. Sword. Should be at the bottom here. There we go. Off we go again. Okay. I don't know why I thought all my weapons were the same, but they didn't seem to be, so we'll quickly check that. Banker wins. They are people. Yeah, well, there'll be Tim Tams waiting for you next time, Jason. I think at the moment there's the just coming back again to the issue of PvP and griefing and that sort of stuff, is that right now there's very little risk for me as a fighter pilot. I get a free beacon suit, I jump in my ship, I go out there, if I'm just running bounties, right, if I'm doing the VHRTs, they're over in less than a minute, maybe 2 minutes, and then I'm out and I got paid, right? And then if I get ambushed by a bunch of people, it doesn't really matter because I did a job, I got paid, I'll just respawn. My ship only takes a couple of minutes to, claim. It's not a huge loss. Whereas if you're out there rock mining and you've spent hours and hours, rock mining and you're coming back and then you get killed or some bug that happens or, you lose all of that progress, right? You're not getting that quick payment for these, these quick missions. And so that leads to the issue of you know, an exacerbated feeling when that situation happens to you, because you know you're the one that's lost hours and hours of effort and time and working. All right, let's the music back up. Turn that down before. 22 million kilometers back when I was doing the certifications. You know, I hadn't done all the certifications for ages. I think we did some of them during a stream recently, because they're all over the place, right? And I was like, oh, I can't be bothered going there. I can't be bothered going there. And then I got to the point where I was like, I really should just do all these certifications. And it was actually a really fun experience. You know, go to Crusader and fight this guy here. Then, you know, go to Hurston and fight this guy here. And then go back to Crusader and fight this guy here. And then go up to Microtech and fight this guy here. It was good fun, actually. I really enjoyed it. So I'm looking forward to the 3.17.2Y patch in the PTU being released, and the character reset that's going to happen. What's going to suck, and I'm not going to do anything about it. We're just going to find out what happens. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be screwed. In fact, maybe we should do something about it right now. All of the stuff that I've got at Bezdek. All of that time I spent setting everything up. Yes, I could redo that setup now in just, you know, an hour or so. Now that I know what I need there, what I want there, how I want it to operate. But I've got all of that stuff at Bezdek. All of that armor, all of those weapons. Obviously, you know, they're all stored inside the crates that are stored inside the ships that are stored at Bezdek. So when the character reset happens, when the patch is released, and all my stuff that I have is sent back to Area 18, is it going to recognize the armor that's in the boxes and send that back? Or is it going to recognize that that armor is inside those boxes and those boxes are inside the Pisces, and when it sends the Pisces back here to Area 18, the Pisces still has the box and stuff inside it? I really doubt it. So actually, whilst we're thinking about it, let's quickly go to Bezdek and sort this out. We'll quickly go to Bezdek.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
I don't want to quickly go there in this ship, because then I need to wait to spawn the ship that I want to fight in. Let's put the 300 away. What have we got? Not a lot. We've got the Titan, no good. We've got the Gladius, it's a light fighter, probably no good. The Arrow, again, another light fighter. Let's just claim that while we're here.
Insurance claim has been sent.
Pisces, the Hornet didn't survive the first round. The Constellation didn't survive 2 rounds. The Banu Defender. Bunch of different cutlasses. The Asperia Blade. Yeah, not a lot of other massive combat ships. Okay, let's reclaim the Andromeda. I do enjoy the Andromeda. I want my snub though.
Insurance claim has been sent.
All right, let's we'll just let that chill for a second,
Please visit.
and we'll come back while we wait. There's no hurry, and I get to catch up on a few things. And maybe you guys haven't seen some of this stuff yet.
The scale and scope of our game, there's a huge learning curve. Obviously, our community's been fantastic, you know, with the help and support for the new players coming on. I think with any game of any size, there needs to be some sort of new player experience to help break down those barriers. We used to have step-by-step, you know, and more story-based style introduction, you know, for players. And the issue with that is, as soon as any new mechanics came online or anything like that, then we'd have to go in and basically rebuild it and adjust it, and the upkeep on it was really time consuming.
That's the issue there, right? You know, as you have to come back and, you know, keep rebuilding things, it's just you know, a waste of time, really. Having said that, you do need something in there for the players.
I'm Lucas Baramsko, but everyone knows me as Gilly.
With our new player experience aspect that we're working towards, It's really taking the player not only from basically the front end and having choices there so that the player can either opt in or opt out, but it's training them in their hab. It's training them to their first store. It's training them over to the spaceport, how to get out of the hangar, get into your ship, you know, where do you need to click in the cockpit.
Self-destruct activated.
Then from there,
yeah, you know, we've all done that. We've all been there. You know, the first flight out. How the fuck do I do this? I think I ended up looking at the keyboard commands to try and say, okay, what are my options here? What can I press? Okay, so here's one to, you know, retract my landing gear, and I don't know how I figured out how to contact the station, because at that stage there was no keybind. You had to use the MFDs, which I really loved doing. I didn't understand why everyone was so up in arms about it. Yes, the hotkey is, you know, efficient, but having to click and interact with the things around you, isn't that what you want? Why do you want to remove as much of that as possible? Which we can do right now. You can hotkey heaps of stuff. You don't actually need to interact with all these buttons that fucking CIG have spent ages developing. You just want a quick, easy button you can press. Well, which one do you want? A game or an immersive environment?
doing some very light missions to basically kind of get you up to speed with ship combat as well as FPS combat. Right now, the teams are working towards FPS HUD that is being built for S42 so that it's got basically contextual hints that are up all the time and you're in different states. So it's basically player interaction experience that we're working on. And
that's what's missing at the moment. We already have, here, if we jump back into the game, we already have contextual hints available. Game settings, show hints, yes or no, right? So by default it's yes. Obviously I've switched mine off to no, because it's not contextual. It just shows you, it doesn't seem to be contextual. It shows you hints, right? Maybe it is, I'm not 100% sure. But, you know, if you're in the cockpit of the seat, then you should get contextually, you know, accurate hints about being in the cockpit. The things that you can do there.
And we've spec'd out, you know, for S42 as well as for the persistent universe. So we're waiting on them to do the first pass on the HUD and the first pass on the system, and then from there that trickles down to us. We need to reskin it and do it regarding the subsumption hooks and everything like that. We've already got all that spec'd out. The teams are working towards that right now. Front end experience, we just need to make sure that one of our team from USPU works on that and builds that out. Then there's all the signage and everything like that in our landing zones. Our branding team is going through and looking at that experience and doing the test on Area 18 at first, and then we'll be taking that to...
The game is just stunning to look at. I actually like the hints. Sometimes they're contextual too, but they could be even more so.
Lorville, New Babbage, and Horizon.
Horizon.
It's a work in progress.
There it is
right
again.
now.
How do you say Horizon? I say Orison. Orison, Horizon, Horizon.
But we're really working towards getting this out to the players. And
I've heard
this
CIG
is
say that
just
so many times.
like a smaller bite size, new player experience, and we'll be working on a much larger experience when we get closer to switching this over to beta.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to spend a lot of time on a cool, fancy, you know, player experience until they can be confident that the core foundations aren't going to change. And that normally happens at beta. You go to beta once all your core tech is there, and then you start fleshing it out with, you know, the content that you want.
What did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the EU Sandbox 2 team continues to build out the world beneath Star Citizen's worlds with new cave types including sand, acid, and soon ice. And that all those players out there currently helping new citizens get their start in the verse have help on the way as the new player experience continues to develop into the next year. Now don't forget that Ship Showdown is still underway, and it's your chance to determine the best of Star Citizen ships and vehicles.
So maybe there'll be something with 4.0 that we can see there coming through sometime next year.
Please be aware that while in the
And if you haven't seen some of the commercials and songs that have been created by the community, do yourself a favor and check those out. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all here next week.
So new caves coming. That's exciting. Let's jump back in here. Let's see where our ship is.
To the ASOP
Let's
vehicle retrieval
get
system.
our music back up. Get back into the game. 4th try, lucky. Let's see where our ship's at. Let's expedite the rest of this. Should be here Astroradawa for us.
Vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
And we'll head up to Bezdek.
Stand by.
I'll just transfer everything from the containers to local.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following
That way it
location.
all gets sent back to Area 18 and I can remake the boxes and put everything back. I guess when you're playing bounties like this, you never really get hungry or thirsty enough in between deaths, right? if you're not good like me, I suppose. Don't want to see that death counter climb any higher tonight. We need to get this dude. There are positions on the hammerhead that you can get into where they can't bring all of their firepower to bear on you. But if they can get all those turrets on you, you know, it's fully crewed, right? It's a lot of firepower coming in. It's strange, right? Because, you know, when you do the service beacon, sometimes you go up against... what have they done to the hangar bay? Have they finished the skin on it? No. Sometimes when you do the service beacons and you go up against the hammerheads, they seem to be way easier. Okay. Better says what happens if you aim for the tailpipes. So there's a massive problem with that question. You know, that is my inability to actually aim. I don't use the pip lag setting, which is what I think a lot of people use to actually have more accurate control over where their fire is hitting. As you would have seen in the Andromeda, I just fire up my gimbals and just, you know, let that take care of the situation for me. The ship's just so slow in atmosphere, which is why this one's slightly frustrating, is because we're in atmosphere, right? Let's just check our missiles. Yeah, we should be all good to go. The roof is opening, shields are charging. Let's get, we don't need to worry about it, but we'll get full power to shields. It's just so slow in atmosphere that it's very difficult to fight with fixed weapons. And you need fixed weapons to be able to, you know, have manual control over where your shots are landing. Like with the Caterpillar, that works really well. Well, you know, we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. There is a hotkey that you can bind to the two different firing modes, lead or lag. We didn't have any trouble at that time getting out of there. Get some cruise on, we'll get some elevation, and we'll sort out our navigation.
Thank you. Please visit again.
We want to go to Bezdek first. Let's just go and take care of Bezdek. No. Send me their map. What are you doing? We want to go to Bezdek. Oh, we can map a course there. Take care of the equipment there. Then we'll go and hopefully finish this certification. I don't know how likely I am to do the extreme risk targets. Simply because the very high risk targets are super fun and super quick and easy in the Hornet. That, you know, for the, I think it's $20,000 it goes up to for the extreme risk. You know, for that little extra money, if the fight is more engaged or it lasts longer or it's a higher risk, then I'd rather just do the VHRTs and just, you know, back to back, back to back, back to back. On quick, simple, easy. Are we only now just leaving a restricted area? That's ridiculous. We can turn off some of these lights. Not easily. If we can go into, let's have a look. Let's see if we turn this main one off. Let's get into quantum. Out here. Is this the 4th time we're flying out here tonight? I think so. Off we go. Let's turn this light off. Oh. I don't see why it should be a problem, given that we've been super casual mode before. Alright, whilst we float around there for a little bit, let's see what else was on the agenda or the radar for this week. This one here, let's switch over. So the lawmakers, the community questions. This was not disappointing, but you know, when I read this, also the narrative team plans to do one installment of lawmakers community questions every quarter, with the next entry scheduled for Tuesday, November the 22nd. So please join the discussion and drop any other questions you might have about the verse in our Ask a Dev forum. That means we're only getting this 4 times a year, and it's kind of cool, but you know, I'd like to see it more frequently. Simply because they've wrapped up a bunch of questions and posted it in one place, rather than you know having to sit there in this Ask a Dev forum and you know read through this stuff. Hundreds of posts about everybody's desires for lore in the game. So I wasn't sure if this was going to be a video format or something like that, but no, it's just a big block of text. I know Nyx is still a ways out, but do we have any preliminary thoughts on gang and syndicate names for the region? And then obviously their big answer here. So this was an interesting read. I don't think we'll go through this and read everything out. That's unnecessary. But that's obviously available from your launcher if you want to check out what's happening there. That sounds like we just arrived at our destination. Let's go to Bezdek. We need to jump around first up to an orbital marker. Nope. Oh, that was our body over there. We're going off to aerial. That's our marker for our bounty. We'll deal with that guy shortly. Maybe in the meantime, you know, some other player is hanging around that outpost and takes care of that for us. If that works and we get the accreditation for it, that'd be great. I won't say no to a free win. There's way too much nicotine in this vape. It is full on. Oh. You know what we need? Some nice cold Coke, which there is some in the fridge outside, so I might duck off and grab that once we've sorted ourselves here at Bezdek. Because yes, it would suck to lose all this stuff at Bezdek, especially given I can quickly and easily do something about it. I wasn't going to, I was going to say, you know, stuff it, let's risk it and see what happens. But, given, you know, we can just go there and, you know, move things quickly, we might as well. Look at this ridiculous piece of flare here. That's the little bobble head. It's so far away, it's ridiculous. Like, it doesn't even appear, you know, close to you anywhere. It's all the way... It's ridiculous. Oh, here we go. What's this about?
Emmett Krubler.
Someone's obviously got a bounty here. A mission. The hammerhead here. A hurricane. What's the other ship? A Valkyrie. Let's deal with the Valkyrie. Let's deal with the hurricane first. Why does this have to be the case? This is the exact fight I'm going to. Somebody's hurting down here. Yeah, all right. So we're doing this, are we? All right, we're doing this. I like how it just casually fly through without, you know, letting off a shot. All right, so we're gonna fight these guys to get Bezdek sorted out. So be it. Let's just go. Who's this guy? The Valkyrie. Look at that. We both turn our noses on each other. That's amazing. He's a bit more agile than I am. Alright, that's him taken care of. Let's get power to shields. Let's get out of here. Let's recharge the shields for a second. Both the ships are behind us. One's almost underneath us. Alright, 13, 14. Let's equalize power. Shots coming in from over there. Where is he? What are we doing? Alright, this is the little hurricane. Got this guy out. Then we'll take care of the hammerhead. Meanwhile, someone's arriving here for their bounty and they're like, what's going on? Where's my bounty? Look at all those turrets. It's frightening. So we're going to have to do this fight again in a second. That's alright. Well, minus the 2 support ships. Shields are at 13. Yeah, boy! Alright, that's that guy taken care of. God, what's this about? Is that the player who's turning up for his bounty? I think so. Right, where's Bezdek gone? That's our target over here. Here's Bezdek just below us. 5,000 kilometers away. So if our ERT can go just like that, that'd be great. Thank you very much. That was nice. Let's sort this out. Deploy landing gear. Deploy landing gear. Fucking Atreyu. Right, we definitely need to redo the speech training. The Windows speech recognition. Might as well land on this pad, hey. Left wing. Weird. I don't know why it's recognizing some things and not the the basic stuff that we've used a million times before. I do like how there's remnants of a ship here on the pad. Just crush it into the ground, I suppose. Do a bit of ship maintenance. Well, I tried just using the hotkey for voice attack to get transfer left happening, and the stupid thing moves one item and nothing else. So on the bottom of your command, let's have a quick look. So, let's, inventory, no, okay. Transfer left. So down the bottom, you'll have this option here for repeating. By default, it's set to execute only once. So when you're setting something up, you can use it to test it and see, does it actually work? If it does work, then you can come here and say repeat continuously until stopped. Do not set this option until you have another option set that stops all voice attack commands. Now, I don't have a hotkey bound to this right now, so if something does wig out with voice attack and I can't stop it from doing what it's doing, then I'm a little bit screwed. I'm trying to just quickly Alt F4 while it's busy doing things with the mouse, trying to get in there before it can get in there to do its thing. But yeah, so there, make sure that you've got a stop command or a cancel command or something like that that will stop voice attack command processing. So that's just here under other voice attack actions. Stop another action, stop processing all commands. Make sure you got that set up, and then on the ones that you want to repeat, just use the option down the bottom here. There is an option to stop the command when you lose the target window. Yeah, that could be an awesome one. Even though I have the repeat continually on, it doesn't do it for me. Weird. Well, that's good to know. Trid says, you can Alt-Tab out of something, and then the command will stop. So that's good to know. Alright, so we must be all done here. I like how the game light's slowly fading in. Well, actually I don't, but... Alright, let's just get off the pad. We don't need to be on the pad. Where are the Platinum Bay pads? Put them over there. Nope. Alright, let's go land over here. Left wing. Left wing. Alright. Let's fry a hammerhead. I feel like fish. Mock fish, because I'm a veggie. Ooh. Most of the mock meat stuff I've had has been amazing. You need to enable that option first. I don't believe it's enabled by default. It's in the list above the repeat continuously. Okay, that's good to know. Why is the hangar bay open? Super weirdo. Oh, What? What have they done here? Stuff it. Right, so basically we just need to get both the Pisces out and transfer stuff out. It'd also be a good chance to see if things are still there. Everything has been persistent in my testing, which is why we've set all this up.
Welcome to the ASOP.
But we'll see. We'll check. Good to check. So we'll get out. I'm also interested to see what happens to the naming. I've got a feeling I'm going to pull this one out, and then this one here is going to be changed to Pisces Expedition 2.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Welcome. Goodbye to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Yeah, see, so... Right, that's on the pad. Okay, so this has kept its name. I guess we could just... Let's just do one at a time. We could try and spawn both of them at the same time, but let's just do one at a time. No need to push the risks a little further. Boxers! Hi, Boxers! Still room for 2 people. Pilot can get easily in and out. Alright. There's stuff. Alright, that's local. There's nothing in the boxes. There's nothing in the boxes. This is at Bez deck. So, things in the boxes aren't persistent. Obviously, when we get Pez, that will all change. I don't think I took things out of the boxes. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Here's all the armor. Maybe I've already done this. There's all the legs. Here's all the yellow and blue armor. Yeah, okay, alright. Doesn't seem to be too many sets there. That seems a bit strange, but... Oh, no, a few there. There's a few there. Okay, yeah, there's a few there. Weapons? We got many weapons. Okay, so maybe I emptied the boxes already. Interessant. Alright, let's put this one away. Get the other one out, just check. Maybe I've already done this. Oh, look at this. That's me being efficient. Yeah, hopefully you do get it working out, Meta. It's wonderful to have you know, that sort of tool. Let's store this.
Vehicle selected.
And I think we'll try and organise another Thunderbolt. Before I know what's going on, another week has disappeared. And I'm like, what the... How the hell is it Saturday again already? Or how the hell is it Wednesday? Or... But I think we'll try to have another Thunderbolt after the patch is out. We'll go have a look at the notes there. I haven't had a look at what's going on there recently. So we might, once we get up and about, we might have a look. Thank you, Trid, for your help there in the chat with Meta. Yeah, nothing in this crate here. Nothing in this crate here. Perfect. Perfect. Ah, it's so good! Oh, no, we gotta click up here. I'd love to see more player, like a, you know, obviously right now we don't have a marketplace, and I don't expect we'll have a marketplace for quite some time. But it'd be wonderful to see, you know, more player interaction in terms of trading and that sort of stuff.
Welcome to the
And not
ASOP
stuff just from a
vehicle
terminal,
retrieval system.
but, you know, to actually go to a market. That would be amazing. You know, obviously anyone's, you know, free at any time. Okay, so I think we're done here. This is all good. Anyone's free at any time to say, you know, we're having a market here. You know, come over to this location, bring your stuff, and you can come here. And, you know, a player-derived event sort of thing, right? But it'd be, you know, to have that sort of stuff facilitated by the game in some sort of way would be amazing. Be interesting to see what happens when the merchantman is around. All right, here we go. Fourth time for this bounty. It's just him now, and yet he still managed to destroy me. Yet on this one, we managed to clean up his escorts and the hammerhead. Actually, with Mo Trader and the ability to put stuff on the floor, anyone could organize. Yes, like I said, anyone right now could organize a market for sure. You know, we have the facilities. I wouldn't be putting things on the floor. I'd be using, you know, boxes and all that sort of stuff. Was this guy 1A? He was probably here for his bounty that got robbed from him. Right, we should... Let's set a course. So he's still there. We might get ourselves positioned, then I'm going to get myself my sweet bubbly drink whilst we jump out there. Oh, back in a second. Okay, what's going on? "1,200 kilometers to my body must have fallen through the planet." Yeah, we could totally organize a market now, and obviously that happens, and there's player trading and stuff, but to have the game mechanics that facilitates that sort of engagement would be amazing. it'll be interesting to see how they develop that as time continues to move on. Let's fire up some missiles. Might as well charge those while we're heading in. Wait, but player box missions. Like if I wanted to send a box of something, obviously, you know, cargo refractor and all that sort of stuff, blah, blah, blah. To, you know, another location, being able to, we spoke about this on Monday, actually. Being able to lodge a job with one of the courier people and having a player, you know, accept that mission and drop it off, and amazing. We're 10k away and I'm so nervous we're going to hit the ground. It doesn't seem to have shields up. Yeah, all those shots went straight in. Don't like this position I'm in. Let's move out a little bit and up a little bit, see if he follows us. But he's hurting. He is really hurting. Turning this boat around, it's such a brick. Alright, he's coming at us quick. Let's see if we can get these on him. Shields are holding. There we go. There we go. We just needed to sort out those shields, but luckily they were already down when we came in. Obviously they took damage and couldn't repair them. Contract complete. Master Tracker License Certification. Get some cruise control on. Let's equalize power. Let's get our movie glass open. Let's have a look at our Delphi. Actually, let's look at Delphi when we've got, actually no, we've got the blue HUD. Let me dim my HUD, damn it. Right, where are we? Blackjack. Bounty hunting. Let's flip over. Damn it. I think it still says Advanced Tracker 4. Maybe the Bounty Hunters Guild. I think I was already Guild Steward before. Okay, I haven't gone up a level, but it's unlocked those contracts for me. Bounty Hunter. We don't have one. So very low risk, very high, unknown, an entrenched bounty. Maybe we should do an entrenched bounty. He's at a cave! Can only be accessed on foot. Where is it? Hot Flash. It's on Aberdeen. So we need a Michelin Man suit for Aberdeen. Marshmallow Man style. Oh wow, who's seen, you know, the Ghostbusters Afterlife movie? I watched it the other day. It was so good. I really enjoyed it. I don't know what to do now. So what are we at? 2 hours, 40 minutes. Excuse me. All right, just opening up YouTube. Thank you to everyone who's dropped those 9 likes. It is very much appreciated. Thank you so much. I really hope you're having an amazing weekend. I hope you had an amazing week. I can't see an ERT pop up. Oh, was that one just then somewhere? Where are we? Evict illegal tenants, MRT, hot flash, entrenched. Oh no, it was another entrenched one. So I don't know how often of these ERTs are going to pop up. Let's go do this very high risk. I like doing this down here in Hurston. Where are we? We're in Hurston. Okay, no. I like doing this in Art Court because there's only a limited number of places that we can go to. Whereas up here in Hurston, you know, we've got all these other moons and other places that we can, go to. I see this guy's out in space. Let's go to the Comaret and we'll fly out to meet him. And we'll see if we can bring up an ERT at some stage and see what they're actually going to be like. We can't jump to this guy. It's so annoying. So far away, damn it. He's 600 Ks away. It's 200 Ks away. Let's just sit here and fly out towards this guy. Let's put our shields at maximum. Right, what else has been happening while we fly out there and, you know, to get a little bit of time? So this was good fun. It was nice to get a little bit of a background into, you know, some of these lore questions. It was an interesting read. Like I said before, I would like to see it a little bit more often. I think that was all from the launcher. 5 days ago, the Ship Showdown Phase 1, so I think we've moved into Phase 2 now. I don't think it's here in the launcher, but over on the announcements, the Grey Cat PTV. After discussion with the vehicle teams, we have had to make the difficult decision to hold the Grey Cat PTV from advancing to Phase 2 of this year's Ship Showdown. The PTV isn't set up for the current paint system. It is also due for a full top-to-bottom rework in the future. Setting it up for paints now would require us to do so again once it's reworked, and we'd prefer not to assign development work that would ultimately be a waste of resources. This being said, we cannot ignore the amount of love that has poured in for the PTV. It is such a cute little vehicle. I can't wait for the go-kart racing. Being the official first vehicle in Star Citizen, the PTV will always hold a special place in our hearts too. To honor the amount of effort the community has put in to elevate their favorite go-kart, we'll be creating a new, unique paint for the PTV once the rework is complete that will be distributed to all backers for free. Once again, to all of you for making your love of the PTV heard, and apologies for any frustration this update may cause. Happy Ship Showdown, everyone, and onwards to Phase 2. I'd also like to give a special shout out to Orthmin Northmian? Northmian. The amazing PTV model shown below. We'll be reaching out to you directly with a reward for your epic contribution. That is pretty cool. Little 3D print. Badly calibrated. Fun little vehicle. Oh, that's amazing. I was thinking I should get some of the 3D printers at work fired up and see if I can find some models to print out. That'd be amazing. I'm sure they're out there, I just haven't spent any time looking. So there was that. Whereabouts are we in the old Citizen? We're flying 430 kilometers. Why can I not quantum to this guy? It's ridiculous. We can do that with a beacon. That's good. So, I wonder, was it really about the paint system or more that the PTV is counted as hangar flare in the store and not an actual ship? And so couldn't be sold as an LTI token ship. There's got to be some funnies going on. It feels like it, right? I don't know. I don't know how many of the ships are and aren't. Are there other ships that are in the competition that aren't set up for paints? I guess that's the question, right? I mean, it won anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's true. Am I missing a jump? There's a jump out here. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Doesn't this put a vehicle on all other vehicles that are not ready for paints? Well, that's the thing. I think all the other vehicles are paint ready. They're relatively new, so to speak, in the grand scheme of things. All the cyclones and the Ursas and all that sort of stuff, and the different things on the what's the chassis called that's got the ballista and stuff on it? Whatever that chassis is. But yes, that's the question, right? Oh God, minefield. Let's get some. We'll fire up 4 of these. This guy should be fairly straightforward. He's only a very high risk. And as we've seen earlier in the stream, thank you if you've been chilling with me for the whole night. That's amazing. And welcome if you've just tuned in. As we saw in the previous part of the stream, dealing with these VHRTs in the Hornet wasn't too difficult. So the Spartan, I believe. Okay, yeah, right. But yeah, it's definitely interesting, and it raises those sorts of questions, doesn't it? How much of this is, is it really? There's quite a few dudes here. Where's our target? The size of this asteroid, it's ridiculous. Okay. Let's target this guy. What's he in? A warden? Decoys? Fucking. Did we just get hit just then? Whoa! Clipped a little bit of shrapnel then. I was kind of hoping we'd just fly straight through and there wouldn't be a problem. Look at all this wreckage out here. Bunch of flops from out here. Alright, let's get out of here. No point fighting those other guys. It's unnecessary waste of munitions, time, and risk. See ya, boys. News we have an ERT. King Jihad Castle. 25 grand. Let's get it. Where is he? Close by. Target's location. See, I can jump to this guy. You're doing another VHRT? This is an ERT, this one. We just did the VHRT. And just to you know, keep the ball rolling while we waited for a ERT to pop up. What have we got? 16 Dementor 2s. Let's get a bunch of these in there. So now we're going after our first ERT after our certification. So again, I'm not sure if I should go after the support vehicles or just go straight in for this guy. Obviously, in our previous, you know, certifications, you know, going straight in didn't really work out very well. So maybe instead of cranking up all of these missiles, we might take out some of the support vehicles first. Depends on what's here, I suppose. Do the main guy and run away. Well, we tried that during the certification and I just got swamped. But yes, if I can just do the target and bounce, then it's way more efficient. But we'll see. Let's go for the target and see what happens. Are you shitting me? Be close to these missiles, damn it. It's a hammerhead. Being inside this bloody asteroid field doesn't make me feel good. Fields are at 21. I need to get these shields down. I love how they just roll around and there's just constant fire coming out of them. It's amazing. Out of the hammerhead, you know, all its turrets. Shields are critical. Oh, we need to break off for a second. Let them hammer on that back. I wonder if we can break out of this asteroid field here. I wonder if we can break out of this asteroid field here and they'll follow. Wow, look at that nose cone. Shields are down. We got full powder shields. We're taking a beating. We are taking a beating. There's just too many ships and too much fire coming in. And, you know, I don't have, you know, that vehicle that can just drop a couple of big torps and be done with it, you know? Alright, so he's coming at us. Shields are charging. Fucking hammered. Shields are at 12. We gotta sort out these other guys. Where's this guy gone? Who's this guy? That's the Valkyrie. Let's deal with this guy. We can sort this guy out pretty quickly. What's that funny business about shields are critical? Alright. There's a fight, this one! Take out the warden that's got terrible firepower. Then I don't need to worry about it. My shields can tank all the useless firepower. Got full power to shields, but they're slowly, that front shield. Slowly coming up. Really coming in.
Special delivery. Shit.
Oh, shields are up. Out of weapons. Let's go land some shots on this guy. He's running away from us. His friends are back, letting some shots off. We can get his shields down. If we can get his shields down, obviously, right? You know, any fight, right? You gotta get those shields down so you can get shots in. Whoa! Who did we bump into? These other support ships are killing me. The shields are almost down. Shields are critical. Gotta get an angle on this guy.
Shit.
Out of shields. And we've almost got his shields down. %. Shields are charging. Alright, let's see. We've got 5 missiles. Alright, we're closing. 200 meters a second, 250, 300 meters a second, 280. Let's fire. Fire the missiles! Why are you not firing the missiles? A brigade of the 30? Yeah, something weird's going on. Something definitely weird is going on. Why is he not firing? I think we've 30k'd. Oh, powered weapons. Okay. 30k, yeah. We're stuck. There's quite a ship. Take out the warden. It's got terrible fire. I'm thinking. One thing I like about the Connie is the target is clearly visible in the HUD. Yeah, most of the time. Yeah. Yeah, I did have him. I needed maybe 2 more passes. Guns aren't charging. Nothing's happening. Yeah, there we go. Frustrating. Let's quit out. We'll go back in again.
Back in.
Let me back in! Why are all these things open? Close that, cancel that, close that, minimize that. What is this Quaggle further about? Oh yeah. Close that, let's minimize that. Why there's so many things here? Where is the launcher? Here we go. What a bummer, man. What a bummer. Alright, well we got the ERT done, the certification. We log into the PTU for a bit? Nah. We're into the PU. Oh boy, I can't believe I started late tonight. I will be reorganizing my streaming schedule. My wife's schedule at work has changed a bit. So I'll be changing my hours at Nights of Dice. And probably starting my streams a little earlier my time. Especially for the ones that I do during the week. So that I'm not finishing up super late. Maybe just moving everything to 7 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. And 11 a.m. on Wednesdays. We just jump into that 7 o'clock time slot. Do our 3 regular streams a week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. That's the concept, or the thought pattern at the moment. Of course, I'm there. So what else is new in Star Citizen that I haven't seen this week, or that has come out this week and I haven't chimed in on? We spoke about the updates to Security Post Korea and the changes to crime stats. Actually, that was really interesting during the Launch Sequence podcast. I support Keenan's channel here on YouTube, so I get access to the podcast room. You can sit there live while they're recording it and doing their thing, and listen in, and then get involved in the chat channel on Discord. And it was really interesting what Avenger 1 and him were talking about in relation to something that I've forgotten. It'll come back to me. I've learnt for these really long loading screens after a 30k is just to leave it and let it do its thing, because in all the instances where I've gone, this is taking too long, and then you exit out and then you come back in, I have noticed that issues with logging back in, or issues with your ship not being available. And what have you got to talk about? All right, whilst this is loading in, I did want to quickly check in here. Whilst that's loading, we'll give it a few seconds. Let's give it a few seconds. What's happening here on the old YouTube? Firstly, thank you. So I use this vidIQ Basics, which gives me a few bits of extra stats. There's lots of different types of YouTube analytic programs that people use. I use this vidIQ Basic. It's a free program, and it quickly shows me, here over the last 48 hours, I've had 26 views, which is amazing. Over the last year, I've had 659 watch hours, which is amazing. You can see sort of where things sort of kicked off here in June. And then, we've sort of plateaued a little bit here between July and August. As I've settled in. So thank you so much to everyone who supported my little endeavors here at Crouch After Dark. So, I don't know. YouTube's one of those beasts, right? Let's go to the home. See what it shows us. Apparently I'm live. 2 people watching. Thank you so much. I've really been enjoying these. Have started popping up in my feed now. The Kerbal Space Program is a super fun game. I've really been enjoying that. I don't know. I think there were a couple of videos here that stood out to me. I've been watching a few, dog training channels, and now YouTube's gone, Viv's interested in more of these. Let's keep showing them to him. The algorithm at work. Came across this guy's channel, Owl Time. So I've watched a few of his things with these Animalia survival games and, some Day of Dragons game or something like that. I think there was a big, Kickstarter, hoo-ha about this game. Let's have a look. There was something that I wanted to show you. I couldn't quite remember what it was, but, I thought, if I jump onto the old tube, then, it might jog me memory. A June MMO is on the way. I wonder if it'll be good. Well overdue to watch the original. There's a new June movie too, isn't there? Or is there a series? I'm so not really tuned into popular culture. I think there's a new June movie, right? It's been a while since I've watched the originals. I've never read the book. But, yeah, been a while since I've watched the original. Okay, back here at Area 18. Even just like, all the starting missions, right? You think about any MMO. They made 3 movies and dribbled them out in 1 year. Oh, wow. Okay. Crazy. There's a trilogy. In every MMO, your starting area, there's always a whole bunch of mundane quests to do to get people used to the game, to used to the controls and all that sort of stuff. And they could do that here, pick up a package from Kasaba and drop it off in this terminal over here. It's very quick, simple thing, run in. If you just wanted to do something simple, run over here, right click, click on an NPC, accept a mission, okay, pick up this package and drop it off here without leaving the landing zone, just to, for something to quickly do in between things while you're waiting for someone to come in, or, obviously as part of the new player experience. There's loads of things that you could do here in Area 18 just by itself, in terms of small, fun little side things that you could do to, keep yourself active in the verse outside of just this constant grind for, AUEC. There's loads of places here. Oh, this is a dead end. Yep. She comes out near the hospital, around the back. Yeah. So I've been thinking, I think Switch is down this way. I've been thinking I might start another account. No. All these little back areas and stuff. Little deals and all that sort of business going on. Things that just you can just discover and find and go, okay, yeah, I'll just quickly do that for, $2,000. Why not? Fun little experience. There's a sign somewhere. This one, I think. I think she's down this way. So I've been thinking about starting a new account, a new character, maybe with the Titan rather than the Aurora, and making it like an episodic sort of thing. Writing a little script, a little story from the, the perspective of the character. And, recording the voiceover, writing the script, recording the voiceover, and, just simple things, following that guy's, here's an ex-UEE Rear Admiral, right? That's what my rank is according to how much money I've spent on this game. I'm a Rear Admiral. God damn it. I'm not that far away from going up a rank either. But I can't spend any more money. It's ridiculous. So this guy, he's a retired UEE, rear admiral, shipped off in disgrace. Something has happened and blah, blah, blah. We'll find out his story as it progresses. But, he basically wakes up here at Area 18, having been, dishonorably discharged, but due to his years of service and his rank, they've given him, I think I start with 20,000 AUEC. And if I use my own referral code, I'll start with 25. And a Titan, and said, here you go. Thank you so much for your service, but get out, you bum. And so he just wakes up here. So Twitch is the mission giver here. You can do all different sorts of things for her, and she gives you, different sorts of missions. What's up? She doesn't like me at all. Here we go. I got your message. Have something for me? So it depends on what your reputation is. So Twitch, she got kicked out of Blackjack. She had, suffered some nerve damage during an operation. Blackjack couldn't give a shit. Sacked her. Okay, yeah, sorry, Twitch. And so now she's set up her own criminal underworld and stuff, and you can do, underhanded missions. So I thought it'd be cool fun to, follow that guy's progress. He's been, convinced by, his therapists or, the counselors or, whoever in the Navy, keep a journal. Maybe he's suffering from some post-traumatic stress disorder as well. But to keep a journal or a diary or something like that. So that sort of gives me the justification for the narration. And then fleshing out the story. I do like how you can buy some food now when you're on your way to visit Twitch. Excuse me. Just to make sure that the criminal underworld is fed and watered. Oh, I do like how you can buy water at this hot dog stand too. That's amazing. So that gives me the justification for the narration in that sort of, first person perspective. And, just do something simple each episode. Box mission, he's groaning and carrying on, grumbling about something. Bounty mission the next, certifications, all that sort of stuff. It would be super fun. But, it means sitting down and writing, which I really enjoy, world building. I really enjoy creative writing. So it'll be fun to sit down and write that out and just, see his story evolve. But to do that, I need to know, who he is and, what his mannerisms are, what his personality's like. I will probably use that accent simply because it's the best one that I have. That's relatively consistent and records well for narration and audiobooks. The inflection, the cadence, the intonation, they all work in this style of speaking for recording atmospheric and interesting audio. We're just having a good old wander now, aren't we? This is what we want. Wandering. I want lots of wonder. And lots of wonder. What's going on in here? Nothing for the next 4 years, boss. Okay. The G-Lock. So I found a video. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you what it was. But somebody gave a live performance inside the G-Lock. They got a whole bunch of people on the server. They held a little concert. The guys, had their mics on and they were playing instruments. They recorded the video of them and all that sort of stuff and had like a little live concert in the G-Lock here at Area 18. This was many, many years ago. That's amazing. The G-Lock. It's got so much promise. Luck Eater has joined us in the chat. So Meta says, I'm thinking about doing that too, Viv. It would be fun to start again. Well, you know, I think. Well, I'm not. Yes and no. It's always fun to have objectives to work towards, and you know, without investing, you know, too much into the game in terms of time, energy, passion, and you know, all that sort of stuff. Knowing that, you know, we're going to be constantly starting again and starting again and starting again. It'd be a fun break from that to experience the game and produce content for it based around a more realistic sort of like, this guy needs to walk everywhere. Who the fuck runs it everywhere? You know, seriously, I would love to see the game be one of those games where you didn't need to run everywhere, because if you ran everywhere, you will miss 95% of the game. Little things like these 4 dudes here, right? One of them could just say, hey, dude, have you got a second, man? Blah, blah, blah. And off we go on a fucking little mini adventure. Or I could go and harass one of these dudes and, get into a fight or something. That wouldn't happen if I'm just fucking shift everywhere, right? I would love to see the game be like that. Actually, in the game, know that second life. Rather than, oh, I've got to run, I can only play for an hour, I've got to run, I've got to finish this, I've got to do this, I've got to do this. No, well, what happens if I could play that game in an hour, go explore this place, go to one other place, and still have a really rewarding, fun experience that pays me, so that I can continue to exist in the verse? That would be amazing. The numbers of times you see just, we all do it, right? It's the default, right? That's why the left shift on your pinky doesn't have the word shift written on it anymore. True, don't deny it, fucking don't tell me it doesn't. Actually, mine's still got an arrow on it. Vacuum oxygen deprivation brain damage, maybe. And good day to you too, Lakita. Yeah, maybe. I think we need to come up with a character that reads well, that is interesting, has a backstory we can explore over the episodes. He certainly needs to be a character, and having a vacuum oxygen deprived brain damage, I don't know, it sounds super fun, but it also sounds really involving from a character perspective, from a continuity perspective. It'd be nice if you could walk into a bar and meet someone who gives you a mission series. Yeah, I haven't found them yet, and I'm not 100% sure if they're still active, but up at the Commons, up at New Babbage, is another mission giver who chills out at the bar there. And you used to be able to, like Twitch, you go to them to get missions. I haven't found them yet. I know that you've got to find them at the right time of day. I haven't found them yet, and I'm not entirely sure if they're still active. The mission givers here are one of the original implementations of missions. The concept being that you go to the mission givers to get the missions, which sounds amazing. But for some reason, I don't exactly know why they stopped that. They pulled a bunch of the mission givers out. One of the Hurstons up in the towers is also a mission giver. You can get missions there through your Mobiglass, but you can also go there and get side missions and build a personal reputation. I know in Final Fantasy Online they have DJ'd parties with an in-game money. What the fuck? Wait a second, let's get off the train. I know in Final Fantasy Online they have DJ'd parties with an in-game money cover charge. Yeah, amazing. Amazing. Richard says, indeed, and there have been so many times I've answered a question for a player that could have been answered by taking things a bit slower and to read the signs. Yeah, there are a couple of mission givers. I think there's still 6 in the game. Obviously you have the dude at Grimhex who never talks to me. Is always generally quite rude to me, maybe because I don't have, a crime stat, or, let's get out of the turnstiles. I don't have enough reputation. So your organizations are obviously your organizations. Then you have your contacts. So here's Twitch. So she has no confidence in me at the moment, and she's neither, unconfident in my abilities, and I have no affinity with her. Miles Eckhart, he's got a little bit of confidence in me. So he's over at Lawville, Hurston. He's a security consultant with Eckhart Security. Their rivals are Blackjack and Northrock Security Group. After leaving the army, Miles Eckhart missed the excitement of his former life and decided to try mercenary work. He did so well that before long he started his own company, Eckhart Security. I said this is Eckhart, Miles Eckhart. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Specializing in operations in unclaimed and hostile systems like Nyx, Miles remains fully independent and unaffiliated with the Mercenary Guild. So I don't have here for some reason Ruto from Grimhex. Don't know why. Maybe I'm getting confused with my character in the PTU, I'm not sure. But yeah, the other mission givers that you meet through the games will appear here under your contacts. And that'd be a fun way to experience the game as a true, new player, so to speak, with a starter ship and the starting money, and that's it. When I started playing back in April, I already had, I'd spent $700 US back in 2013 on ships. I already had ships. I got bonus money for starting. And things just sort of, just were easier. I had a big constellation. I could run big cargo missions. I remember getting down to about $4,000 at one stage after I'd made a couple of $100,000, and I was like, I'm fucking making the money, flying diamonds around and trading stuff. And then, the game crashed or something happened, and, I just loaded up, spent all my money on filling up the ship, which you should never do. And the game crashed, and I had like $4,000 left, or maybe something silly like $12 or something, 12 credits, or it was nothing. And I was like, okay, well, we can start again, a few more box missions. And so from that perspective, that sort of episodic sort of diary sort of, my life after the Navy sort of thing would be super fun. And I think it needs to be accompanied by that story. That's the hook, right? We need to know who this guy is. We need to learn his name pretty quick and straight up, but then, his story unfolds. Why is he here? And obviously, the content of the mission, box delivery, bunker certification, cave adventure, who knows? Then it needs to be tied into the story, so that way it's interesting to watch. Okay, so the 30k did store our ship up at Aberdeen. All right, we'll try this. We're going to go after an ERT again. We'll see how we survive. I've been thinking about making a starter-only account. Yeah. It's kind of like playing in... Okay, let's just go full speed here. Fucking let's hammer the shift key. It's not working properly anyway because... Why? If the game allows you to run constantly, continuously, without problems. Obviously, yes, here you get puffed out if you're wearing big, heavy armor and stuff. But still, Nope, that's not where we're going. We're going to Hangar 8, Viv. I don't remember what I was saying. Oh. I've been thinking about making a starter-only account. Yeah. It'd be a fun way to experience the game. I think the challenge is how do you keep it interesting and entertaining, sort of around the 8 to 12 minute mark per episode. And yeah, okay, fun times, everyone. This is fucking hilarious business. Hilarious business. Yeah, do you know how hilarious this is? This is not going to work, and I know it's not going to work. Hi, ramp! Alright, let's go do the business. Go pack this away. Store it away, fellas. We need to do some engine work. I should have just done it by default. After a 30k in a multi-crew ship. Got Tim Tams. I got some twisties here too. I've already got a Tim Tam on the go. This is what happens when I stream, right? I nibble at the Tim Tams. Are we going to get there? What's going on? Thank you so much. Fast lift. That was super quick. Alright, so we'll store the ship, and we'll pull out its power plant, blah, blah, blah. You know, that sort of business. Store the ship, so we can get it into the hangar. So we can do some work on it. Alright, let's get out of there. Let's open up our vehicle manager. We'll give that 1 second to load in some information. That sounds about long enough. Let's have a look for our constellation. Give it a couple of seconds. Let it do its thing. Alright, that's too many seconds and it hasn't loaded the ship, so let's go to the comlink. Let's come back to the vehicle loadout manager. Let's go select our ship. Give it a couple of seconds. F1 out of there, we'll move around a little bit. And we'll go back in. Vehicle manager. Put this ship. Wait a couple of seconds. Let's select a different ship. It's fucking tool, man. Here we go. Alright, we got some ship data. Let's try the constellation. There we go. Systems. Power plants, 2 of them. So we want to pull this out. And we want to pull this out. And we want to save that. Then we will go and retrieve it again. Lucky Eater says, I had a crash to desktop last weekend in flight to ArcCorp. So, of course, it was on and levitating above the hangar floor when I claimed it. Viv, can you post your referral code in the chat for me, please? I think it's in the description of the video, man. Let's have a look. I don't really pimp it. I did in the beginning. No, it's not even in there. Gee, I've had a few people use it. It's amazing. Now let me grab it. Oh, the progress tracker. There's so much stuff on the CIG website. It's ridiculous. Being able to follow the development is amazing. No, stop. Stop. You can't listen to me during the game. But while I'm trying to do something else, it's just like, okay, yeah, I can set some navigation to ArcL1, no problems. Alright, let's go in. Where are we? My account. Referral code. There we go. Oh, actually, I think we could have just done this. Shout code. I'll stick it in the description too. Just randomly pop it in there. Hidden down the bottom. Oh, no, I think I turned off the commands. Right. I don't know. Nightbot figured out what's going on. Right. So we have, what did we do? We just took out some engines, some power plants. We want to retrieve the ship. We want to store the ship. I had to do this 5 times the other day. In my carrick, it was so annoying. Alright, let's close this down. We can't close it easy. Alright, back to the vehicle manager. Put the power plants back in. Yeah, I didn't realize that some accounts only start with 5 grand. You know, it's not a lot, man. So an extra 5 grand is, you know, it's double your starting money. I know a lot of the starter packages do start with the 20 grand. But yeah, some of the starter packages only start with 5. Systems, power plant, the JS400, Grade A military power plants. Save changes. Let's close that. Let's retrieve the ship. Oh, the wonders of the Star Citizen experience. Here we go. Let's see what we've got. YouTube doesn't seem to be complaining about anything, which is great. The stream is being recorded locally. I haven't had any... We've had a handful of drop frames and stuff. But, you know, it doesn't even register. It says 0.0%. 34 out of 816,000. Roll. Let's have a look. I think it's on the ground. Ah, fucking damn it! All right, let's try this. I haven't noticed any issues this stream. That's good. We're back at what are we at? Where is the stream? Let's have a quick look. So if you have a look right at a video on YouTube, let's just go grab my stream, right? Because that's what we're interested in. Let's mute this. You can right click on a stream and go to stats for nerds, and it tells you up here. So this codex that it's giving me, this AVC1, is, you know, not a very good encoder. So even though I'm streaming at 1080p in ultra low latency, the stream still has, you know, this quality to it. It can be crisper and smarter. Look at this whole Inception thing we've got going on here. It can be better than this, as it was the other day when people were saying it's super crisp, because you can get the FS9. Not FS9, that's the machine gun. Is it PS9? A codec, if you can trick YouTube into streaming at a different resolution, or thinking you are streaming at a different resolution. But, you know, who knows? It looks fine to me. As long as everything works. Turn your engines off first. This is indeed what we are doing. We will get the ship. We will take out its power plant. We'll go jump in the ship. I can't turn the engines off until I can get in the ship. Let's store that. I wonder if I pull out one of the power plants, if it won't have enough to hover, enough power. Because if I pull out the power plants... Anyway, let's just do that and we'll see what happens. This was the faffing about I had to do the other night with the Carrick. You know, pull out the power plant, then go board the ship, make sure that the systems were off, come back, store it, put the... And nope, still floating in the air. Okay, wonderful. You know, just do it over and over, and eventually it just ended up working. Alright, so this has no power now. It has no power, so the engine should be off, right? shouldn't even be able to power the ship up or ignite any engines or anything. So in theory, I should just be able to put the power plant back in and it should all work fine. And you know, sometimes that happens. On the smaller ships, I've only noticed this issue happen on the bigger ships, where sometimes I need to do this, you know, multiple times. Starstreams has joined us. Someone's hacking a comlink. Getting the floaty thing. Yes, we've just come back from a 30k and I was out in the Andromeda, and it being a multi-crew ship, if you log off with the engines off, or you store a ship with the engines off, it's floating. And so yes, I recovered from the 30k, but now I've got to sort the ship out. So my first attempt at pulling out the power plants and, you know, store the ship, pull out the power plants, retrieve the ship, store the ship, retrieve the ship, put the power plants back in, that sort of stuff. That didn't work. Now we're just going to go do a quick inspection. It's frustrating, yeah. All right, let's go. But we did our ERT certification. We died a few times. Oh, hang on. Let's go back to gameplay. So we took a couple of deaths. We've had 3 during this session. Let's jump in the seat. Looking forward to tonight's rock mining shenanigans. You got a stream starting soon, Starstreams, or is that? I think it's for tomorrow, right? Let's turn the engines off. There we go. Might as well get this being serviced while we're here. Okay, we need a fair bit of repair, but apparently we don't need any missiles, which is entirely not accurate. Well, let's get out of here. So the engines are off now. It's after midnight already, Viv. Yeah, but, you know, when does it actually become, you know, tomorrow? Is it purely midnight, or is it sort of, you know, it's tomorrow when I wake up, you know, on the next day? Jesus, this is a big enough hangar, damn it. Gresham is here in the chat too. Gresham, how are you? I hope you're keeping well. Alright, so now we should be able to put the power plants back in, and we should be fine. And we can go off and hopefully kill our first ERT bounty after completing our certification. We almost had that guy just then. We almost had him. And then, you know, we had to be Star Citizen, didn't we? You probably don't need missiles because the launchers are no longer there. Happened to me in 3.16. What do you mean by you probably don't need missiles because the launchers are no longer there? Are you talking about the missile racks? Meta made you question your schedule. Fuck, when did I schedule my stream for? Well, like tonight, right? I scheduled my stream for 7. But, you know, normally I stream at 9 on a Saturday. And so I just, you know, was chilling out in bed, having a quick nap before the stream. But I checked Discord and people were like, where's Viv? Viv's running late. Is he all right? Someone tagged me. I was like, fuck. Nope, this is not what we're doing. Yes, it is. Wait a minute. We've got to store this. It's a process. My missile rack got shot off. Oh, right. Yeah, if you don't have a missile rack. Been a minute since I've been on and taken out the Redeemer. It's a lovely ship. Alright, so the Andromeda is away. Let's have a quick look here. And we'll see what's going on. Okay, we're doing this again. Give it one more second to think about what it's doing. Let's change ships. Change back. Okarakos systems, power plants. Let's put this in. Let's put this in. Let's save that. Let's have a look at vehicle weapons. So these are the missiles that come. I don't care. I really don't care. Let's just put these on here. Because we've got them and we might as well. If you ever try to stock missiles and they don't put them on there, then normally they're in your inventory and you can come and do this manually. It's frustrating. It's annoying. And especially given when you put one missile on a rack, the rest of that rack has to have the same type of missile. So if I equip one missile in a rack, just equip the rack with that missile. Let me equip the rack, not the spot. So these must be the missiles that I bought when I tried to restock. And they just put them in my inventory and said, do it yourself, you lazy bastard. We don't have enough missiles to fill up this rack. We're 2 missiles short. Lots of missiles short. Whatever. We do with what we have. And then these are our cannons. Okay, so what have we got here on there? We've got some Rhino repeaters. They're up the front. There's our turrets 1 and turret 2. So we've got Rhino repeaters and then some cannons. Seems to be working okay. And they're the laser repeaters, and then this is the cannon. Bearings M6A is a versatile high-velocity energy cannon designed to keep your enemy at range without sacrificing your stopping power. I don't think I'm going to change any of this. I'm happy with all of this. It's all good. It's all good. Let's save these missiles. Excuse me. Could have muted that, but you know, never quick enough. Let's go. Right. Does this look familiar, Starstreams? Does this look familiar? Where's me ship? Hangar 11. Let's go. We'll see if there's components just milling around in it. I was watching Starstream's channel the other day and he had this issue. And each time he'd try and do something, an engine, you know, a component would appear somewhere, and it was so hilarious. So 3rd time is the charm, right? Well, that's what it normally is. When we did our ERT certification, we were kind of hoping that 3rd time... God damn it. 3rd time is a charm, but that didn't work out. We had to do it 4 times. So we'll see what happens when we get to the right hangar. Thank you if you've just joined me. I do appreciate everyone who's tuning in. If you haven't clicked that like button yet, go ahead and smash it. It certainly helps YouTube recommend the channel to other people who might be interested in Star Citizen also, which is wonderful because that's how my channel grows. By new people finding my ridiculous streams and going, this guy is interesting enough to mill around for a little bit. That's the hope. This is the back of the ship. We're on the ground. That's a good place to start from. The 3rd time was the charm. Yeah, I totally forgot that I need to go turn the engines off. Take out the power plant so the ship's on the ground. Go to the ship, turn its engines off. Come back, store it, put its power plants back in. Retrieve it once again, and then off we go. There we go. Let's fix up this view. So we got some Dementor 2s, got a couple of Task Force 1s. Whilst we've got missiles in here, let's just quickly check our vehicle maintenance services. Apparently we don't need to restock, which is interesting and fair enough. Mercenary, call to arms. Let's grab that. People picking up those contracts there. There was 11 there. People were like, nope, I want that one. I want that one. Can't wait for the PTU changes to elevators and these bloody bunkers to come out. Here we go. ERT. They're worth 25 grand. Plus, you know, whatever bonuses you're getting from 10% payment bonus. This is interesting, and this might be relevant to some people because I've heard people talk about, you know, different missions and stuff that they get and how this bounty system works here, right? Because we have this affinity. The affinity is how much these people trust you and, you know, how likely they are to give you jobs. And then you have your reputation, your rank with them. Unless you have a solid affinity, you won't get the missions that you require from these levels to advance. So for example, I wasn't able to get the ERT mission because I didn't have full affinity with Blackjack. Also wasn't the right level. So I leveled up, and here with the Bounty Hunter Guild, I leveled all the way up, and as I leveled up, my affinity grew, and then I hit that point where my affinity was full, and I got my ERT, you know, request or my invitation to do my ERT. Not because I'd gone up in ranks, but because I maxed out my affinity. The second thing to be concerned about is these rivals here, Eckhart Security and North Rock Security Group or Service Group. So whenever I do missions for these guys down here, North Rock and this guy over here at Eckhart Security, when I do missions for these guys, I will lose affinity with these associations, which then affects the contracts that they're giving me, right? So if you want to play the game across all levels, you need to balance how you do these missions. If you're going to do some missions for North Rock, you know, down the bottom here, you know, their rivals are Blackjack, right? And Eckhart Security. Nobody seems to like that dude. So if you're going to do missions for these guys, just be aware it's going to offset this. So then you're going to have to come back here to build this back up. But that's also going to have an influence on these guys. You're going to be playing a much slower game on a much broader front. Which is why at the moment I'm just concentrating on Blackjack. I'm just grinding my way through one location. We're getting there. This is taking a long time. This has been fairly rapid, actually. I was just last night or night before level 2. And then I ground up, rebuilt my affinity, and then they gave me the contract. So yes, I guess I did level up some levels, but shut up, Viv. Let's go. Let's get some engines on. Let's get a roof open. Let's set a course. Where is this guy? What? Let's track that. Alright, the roof is opening. We can hear that happening in the background. Let's set our course over to Lyria. Lovely, close to this place. We cannot set a course there yet. That's alright, we can do that manually. Finally, says Meta. Yes, we are on the ground, and Viv is shutting up, and we're finally on the way. I know that's not what you meant. Alright, let's crank up that SCM. Let's move out of here. Let's get a little bit of pitch happening. Let's get some cruise control on, and off we go. Is a hotfix coming in a few days supposed to help with the elevators? It is. So that will be coming mid next week now, they've said. So obviously something's happened and they've identified a problem and they're not ready to release it live. But there's a bunch of changes there. Whilst we're on our way out, let's jump in here. So if we go to community, over to Spectrum, close down some of this other stuff we don't need for the moment, and we go to do they list it under general patch notes? Dead. We ran out of letters. 317 to Z. So testing focus, general bug fixes and stabilities, and a Ninetales lockdown playtest for 4 hours. So again, you know, as we mentioned earlier in the stream, they're making sure that all these events are, you know, as polished as they can be for the, you know, the big end of year hoo-ha. So let's have a look. Bug fixes. Fixed an issue causing hostile Ninetales ships to never spawn when completing scanning objectives. The Aegis Gladius Foundation skin should no longer obscure the cockpit's view. In Gladius Foundation Festival, paint should no longer cause the ship to become unflyable and landing gears to be missing. You'd think that just putting a skin on would be as simple as just updating the textures, right? But apparently not. A server crash and a server deadlock. We've still got a whole bunch of known issues. You know, this changes from patch to patch. Saber Raven, green flickering light fills the screen. Players may have to restart the game after getting kicked to the main menu from a 30k server crash. That's fine, that's not a huge issue. A ship's targeting pick may be missing. The multi-crew's still happening in this patch. The ship's floating? What? Let's look for what we're looking for. Targeting a ship, vehicles spawning, ship shields refueling, the Argo Raft's elevators still haven't been fixed, the Crusader Ares headlights are too dim. Oh, come on, dude. All weapons are held like pistol. I haven't noticed this. This has been in every known issues, in every patch notes, but I've never noticed this. I've never had this either, weapons holster or unholster intentionally. Okay, there's missions. Goddamn. Okay, here we go. What does it say? Turrets around bunkers respawn very quickly, sometimes almost instantly. All right, well, this is interesting because there's nothing here. If we go back a couple of patches, let's go back to V, for example, right? So one of the known issues in here, combat AI. Underground facility missions are sometimes missing NPC spawns to complete the mission. This known issue isn't listed as a known issue in the latest patch on the PTU, which means it's been fixed. Character animation, targeting, vehicles refueling, medical beacons. That's obviously, we didn't see that one just then, so that's been fixed. ASOPs, underground facilities. This one doesn't mention anything about, hang on, let's go down. Here's loads of bug fixes in this update, some of which have been hot fixed. These are all things that have been hot fixed. These are the dynamic event bug fixes. I can't see anything in this list. This is an older patch, 317.2V, that talks about the elevators. But in these patch notes here in the known issues, you do see the issues with the elevators popping up in here. And the fact that it is not a known issue on the most recent patch, 317.2Z, it's not listed here as a known issue, and neither is the issue with targets in underground facilities not spawning. Is promising. The delay gave me enough time to sell a small load of refined quant. Yeah, clear that stuff. You know, if you've got Quantanium, you know, at the refinery and it's just sitting there, go and sell that right now because you'll lose it. All right, so I think we can set a course now. Actually, we might need to make a small jump to an OM or to Baijini. Baijini should be somewhere around us. Is it? It depends on which way we came out, doesn't it? I get a feeling it's on the right. There it is. How big it looks. We've flown all the way out here, haven't we? While we were having a bit of a ramble about that news. So we should be able to... Cruise isn't on. We're not going to crash into anything. Now we can set our course here. Obviously, we could just do all this manual and it would be way easier. But... well, maybe not way easier, but... Alright, so for some reason our first jump out here, OM2, other side of the planet, let's go! Alright, so what's the tactics? I think we need to take out the supporting crew first. I just don't have the firepower to be able... B is the key, Viv, to activate your quantum drive, not the M key. I just don't seem to have the firepower to be able to do enough damage to a fully crewed hammerhead fast enough whilst tanking all that damage from the other ships, as well as all the turrets on the hammerhead. That each time we've tried to go straight for the target, we've failed. Whereas the one time where we said, okay, let's deal with the support ships first, we actually managed to do some damage and take the dude out. Again, this relates back to what I was saying before. The VHRTs I can do in my Hornet, they're super quick, they're super easy. Sometimes they last less than a second, especially if I get a couple of missiles on them first, and then I'm in, and then I'm out, and I'm on to the next mission. Whereas if I'm going to have to here take out all the supporting ships and then the target, you know, it's you know, not time efficient, right? And yes, I want my fights to be easy, you know, unless I'm having an experience, right? But if I'm just grinding, yeah, I want that to be easy, right? Why wouldn't I just do, if I can do, you know, 5 VHRTs in the time it takes me to do 3 ERTs because I've got to fight everybody, why would I choose the harder option? It doesn't make sense. All right. Let's queue up some missiles. Let's queue 4 up there too. All right, we'll fly in. We might do a quick fly past just so we can identify our target quickly and easily, and then we'll... When you are shooting and circling, go slightly up and down. Indeed. Okay, there's our target straight up on us. No, this dude here. He's closing quick. I don't think I'm going to get these missiles off. Oh, he got hammered, man. I put my gimbals on. We're just not able to get on there accurately enough. Where's my shields at? I can't see my MFDs, damn it. This is what I need in my head tracking. There we go. All right, we already got full powder shields. Don't know why we didn't go in with full powder weapons. But we'll break off the shields slowly, coming back on. Let's queue some missiles up and see where everybody's at. Alright, he's coming at us. Let's fire those off. Shields only at 8. Keep powder shields. Okay, you nudge those ones out quickly. Let's see if we can get up. Can't see my shields, unfortunately. Okay, that front shield is down. Shield's down. Let's break off. We need to go up this way. We got a problem here. The front shield's just so slow to recharge. When you are circling and shooting, go slightly up and down. Yeah. In this ship, it's, you know, everything is slow, especially in atmosphere. It's just a massive slow boat in atmosphere. Everything just takes time. So you can't really hop around like you can in a more agile ship that is a bit more agile in atmosphere. Okay, shields are up. Let's equalize power. Let's get some power to the engines, actually. Get that boost back. That doesn't seem to be moving. We'll we'll dump those on him. Powder weapons. Let's run him. Closing on him. So when I'm shooting with gimbals like this, I don't really get any control over where my shots land. You know, I'm not good enough to land any shots anyway. Why is he not shooting? Got shots coming in from his friends. Shields at 20, 19, 18. Taking shots. Alright, let's get out. Let's powder shields. Bit by bit, bit by bit. Certainly, you know, much tougher than the hammerhead that we fought before. You know, when we just bumped into that hammerhead and the other dudes. Alright, so it looks like his rear shields are down. We need no boost. I don't know what that was. Maybe someone collided with the ground. There's a second explosion. Can't see my radar. Is there somebody else here? We're not landing any of these shots. Get away from the ground, you filthy snake. Shields are critical. There we go. It's equalized power. So I don't know what happened to the other dudes. Either they crashed. There's no other ships here. Must have crashed. 30 grand, hey? I'm getting 25,000 plus my rank bonus. 30 grand. It's not bad. We didn't fight the other dudes. They just seemed to crash. Yeah, that for 30 grand versus the VHRTs for 21 and a half or whatever they are that I can do in seconds in the Hornet. It doesn't seem worth it to me. If I just want to grind through stuff. I think if I had some turret gunners in the Constellation, then the situation would be different. But let's head back to Art Corp. Put this ship away. No, map, no. I really want some custard powder, damn it. I can't find it anywhere. I want to make some custard, my own custard, you know, on the stove, in a pot, you know, nice and thick. Not, I don't want any of this packet, just open up the bloody milk carton and pour it out sort of rubbish. But trying to find custard powder at Woolies? Nah, couldn't do it. My wife couldn't find it, I couldn't find it. I think I might have even asked somebody and he said it's in the baking area. Had a look, wasn't there. Amazing. So yes, the patch coming out in the PTU next week, mid next week, they've said now. So, you know, we can expect Wednesday, Thursday, something obviously like that. Should have a bunch of changes in there for bunker missions, which I'm super excited about. Because that gives us, you know, some solid, you know, gameplay loops to, you know, just cycle around between, which is, you know, what I've really been enjoying. You know, a little bit of combat, a little bit of exploration, you know, some cool box missions. So, you know, that way I can, you know, my character, you know, we've got to give him a name and a story and all that sort of stuff. You know, he can, you know, do a whole bunch of different sorts of activities. Let's turn the cruise control off. What are we doing? Whoa! Scooting in through Baijini Point there. So we're going to put the Andromeda away. Go grab the Hornet. Alright, we'll head over to the spaceport. Oh boy. Yeah, hungry. I don't know if I had any dinner. I had that nap before when I probably shouldn't have had the nap because I was supposed to be starting at 7. I don't know if I had any dinner. I got Twisties and Tim Tams and Coke. Let's not get too low at this stage, because if they put me on the other side of the freeway, we could have issues with the restricted zone as we cross over the freeway. Yeah, let's turn that off. Let's contact some landing services. Let's get some landing gear down. Where are we going? Where are we going today? I think I can see the hangar. And there it is, its doors are opening. Those stupid big poles in front of it, which is good. Apollodorus Nexus, hey? Be aware of where you're flying, buddy. So good seeing other people take off. And we're on the ground. Alright, can we restock now? We can. Alright, so we're spending the coin on this ship right now. Let's get out of here. Let's turn the engines off. Just a big lag spike. We're back in. So I think now that's all my certifications done. Give us more progression paths. Soon, my pretty. Next year should be a fun year for Star Citizen. The year after that, I think we'll see a bunch of stuff bedding down. The year after that, I think we'll start to see a bunch of content and a beta. Another year of settling down, and then I think we'll see a release at some stage 4 to 5 years. Ooh, 4 to 5 years? What the? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Alright, let's store that away. Let's take a quick break just here. We'll go post up in the corner over here. And I'll be back in a minute. Okay. The meta asked a question for the chat. Is it better to start with a Mustang or the Aurora? Alright, let's go. I would probably start with the Mustang, now that it has a usable cargo space. Let's got to be a better ship in combat, right? So I can do the box missions that the Aurora can. I don't know anything about, you know, its stats and stuff, but it just looks like a more fighty sort of ship, right? Fighty sort of ship. Where is it? The Anvil and Hornet. Down here. Claim? Oh, God damn it. I could have done this before I went to the bathroom. Barra. What else? I'm just over here just quickly looking at YouTube. What else is around that I haven't touched on tonight? Mining post, food elevator and shuttle. Oh no, I think that's for a different game. Can't see anything outside of just the old regular YouTube content. Yeah, 16. So I'm happy we've done our certification, which is what we wanted to do tonight. So we now have access to the ERTs. Is there a VERT? I don't think there is, right? The ERT. And then afterwards, once we grind through the rest of these and we start making our way into senior tracker. See, this is bumped up a little bit from that last kill. This is when we start unlocking group activities, right? And I'm assuming they pop up as a mission here as a group ERT or a, I don't know, can you get group VHRTs? So that's the plan for the minute, really, until the new patch drops next week and we can get a little bit more reliable action in the underground facilities, you know, elevators actually working properly, you know, enemy NPCs spawning, that sort of stuff, until we can get that reliably happening. I had a great experience in 316, you know, with the bunkers. It was super fun. Until we can get that happening, then, you know, I'm just going to be grinding through, I suppose. The VHRTs, again, like I mentioned, you know, they just seem easier and faster, and they're more fun in the Hornet, which is zipping all over the place, and just grind through these missions here until I can unlock the group activities. And then we can get back into the bunkers once the patch comes out, grind our way through level 4, which then unlocks the $90,000 bunkers. So right now I think the highest one I have, defend site from threat, is 75,000. Plus you get a couple of extra thousand for the, you know, the bounty hunter, you know, credit. What is it? The community defense force? The civilian defense force. There we go. So that's the plan. I think for the we're past the 4-hour mark now. Hangar 8. Not that. I wonder if this is my ship component that you know, I was messing about with before. It's not there. No. So I was just about to say we've hit, you know, the 4-hour mark. It's been a wonderful stream. You know, I've killed a whole bunch of bad guys. You know, did my certification, and we took out the Hornet and the Andromeda. And it's been great fun. So I think I might just go dark on the camera, so to speak, and just mill around. Just run around and shoot these bounties without too much more commentary. Getting tired, I'm hungry. I want to turn these lights off. I want to keep playing Star Citizen, and I want to keep having a chat. So it's simple. I turn this off. Then I can turn this one off here. Ah, that's the light in front of me. So much better. This light off on the left. That's lighting the left side of the green screen. And the right one. Now we can just chill. Kill some bounties. See what pops up in the chat. Been having a great time playing the Kerbal Space Program. I was watching. I've seen it before. Never really had a massive interest in it. But then I was watching a few videos on it. Then I saw Space Tomato do a stream on it. I've even seen Starstreams do a stream on it. I don't know. It's YouTube, right? It comes across your radar. You watch something once and then there we go. The algorithm is at work. Here is the content that Viv wants to watch. And it's true, right? It works most of the time. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I've got a small issue with the dog training videos popping up now because I watched one just randomly the other day. And then I watched another one and I might have watched 3 now. And YouTube is well convinced that I should keep watching those. They'll go away eventually. Alright, let's get... I wonder if there's a way... I had the SCM bar set up on my joystick so I could just quickly, increase or decrease the throttle limit, the throttle limiter. But I've changed that now so my hat now controls my power triangle. So I wonder if there's a way just to set it by default to always maximum. That way I can control everything using my sticks. And if I want to go full speed, I can go full speed. Alright. Let's make sure we've got everything we need. So I do want to say as we move forward, thank you so much for joining me here at Crouch After Dark. It's been a wonderful stream, as I mentioned. And we're going to be getting a little quiet from here on in. Unless people want to interact in the chat, then I'll be here. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and enjoy playing the game for a little bit. See, now I've got to be aware when I'm talking, right? Do I need to just... Because it might just seem strange now if there's, minutes and minutes of me of silence and then all of a sudden... I'll stay and enjoy, says better. I don't hang out much on Twitch. Simply because it's just a weird place for me. I don't really understand it. But there's something, about playing a live stream in the background while you're playing as well. You know what it is. I'm chilling while getting my grub on. It'll likely put me in food coma before long. I'm so bad with that. The last week we've just been binging on all sorts of stuff. It's been ridiculous. Really just need to eat some fruits, some vegetables, drink some juice for a week, and just detox a little bit. Well, not detox, but get something good in me. Whoa. After flying the Constellation, this thing is remarkably different. Got some yogurt. 70 clicks out. Wow. This guy's really out there, isn't he? How are they punching through my shit so quick? Shit. Jesus. $26. saw that guy coming. I was trying to get to the main target behind them, so I was just flying up and over them. That guy he looked close, but I went the wrong way. These little stories in our retired Rear Admiral's journey would be fun stories to write. No way I can ad-lib something. But, that experience there after, doing his certification and stuff. Having to do, his first few jobs. And then suddenly waking up. Actually, there was a wonderful piece. Oh, look. Let's have a quick look. All right, so we will jump in here at this point. I don't know how well things are going to be working out because there's no lights on. Maybe I'll turn my camera off, hey? Why are you not working? Why are you not working? Turn the camera. Where was it? There was a wonderful lore piece about regeneration. It was also asked, incidentally, in the questions and answers lore section. But then, funnily enough, there was also an article that popped up. Where are we? Comlink. Yeah. The website. It's the Comlink. Longville Lies. Huh. There we go. Regeneration question. I thought it was its own article. I remember reading a story. Since regeneration slowly deteriorates the body each time you die, wouldn't it deteriorate the brain? People could start to become less rational and paranoid, or other side effects after each regeneration. It could get to the point where their brains won't let them take care of themselves, and you will have instances where people say something like, "Don't worry about Bob, he's just had one too many regenerations." Yeah, you're absolutely right. Bob could be in a lot of trouble. Regeneration technology is still quite new to the verse and not without issues. The question of how regeneration impacts the brain is particularly interesting, they say. If you want to learn more about regeneration technology, I recommend you read the foundational Death of a Spaceman post to learn about some of the underpinning linking behind the ongoing design of this system. Actually, that's a really interesting... might grab that and we'll open that up and save it as a hot link, because this is good to go through. This really explains Chris Roberts' vision about what the game is. To summarize, though, regeneration tech, as we know it, is as fundamentally a synthesis of alien technology and human ingenuity. Isn't it always? Even before gaining access to the Vandul biogenetic scanning technology that would have paved the way for the creation of the Ibrahim sphere, Dr. A.K. Ibrahim was passionate about finding a way to repair brain functionality for patients who had suffered some sort of mental loss or trauma. While the Ibrahim sphere has changed the meaning of life and death in the verse, there are still serious consequences to both mental and physical injuries and afflictions. The Ibrahim sphere, hey? Before gaining access to the Vandal biogenetic scanning technology, that would pave the way for the creation of the Ibrahim sphere. Okay, so we still don't know what the Ibrahim sphere is. In order to benefit from an Ibrahim sphere, a person must have an imprint made. As a holistic record, here it is. As a holistic record, it's down the bottom here in the February's jump point. As a holistic record for an individual person, these imprints also register the body's age and pre-existing mental and physical trauma. So as a person undergoes subsequent regenerations, they still suffer from all the normal consequences of aging, along with the degenerative changes that can accompany it, as well as suffering from additional complicating factors such as traumatic response echoes, TREs, that can permanently alter an imprint and gradually lead to its degradation, only hastening the body's natural degeneration. Not only that, but people who don't imprint frequently enough may suffer gaps in their memory upon regenerating, as in the Hazy Days short story featured in February's Jump Point. There it is. As game development continues, we hope that we will be able to represent these side effects of the process in-game, whether with cybernetic limbs or other physical indicators. Every regeneration brings you closer to a suffering, a permanent death. But fame and fortune are still out there for the taking. It was an anime with RPG MMO players are trapped in another world. They would respawn at death, but lose some money as some memory fragments with each respawn. What was that anime called? Or was that anime called whatever we were talking, the Ibrahim sphere? The hell? Man. How did I spill yogurt all over myself? I'm glad the camera's not on. I wonder. I wonder if I can show the jump point. February. Because eventually these all get released. Hazy Days. This is, so it's called Hazy Days, right? Let's have a look on the comic and see if it's there. It is not. Yeah, this is the story I was talking about, though, Hazy Days. It was a fun read. Fun read. And it sort of, in some ways, inspired the idea of creating that character and running through like an episodic slash sort of journal slash memoirs in each episode. Just want to do a quick search here. I was just having a quick look then to see if I can actually use the jump point material. All right. Just post that question off. All right, let's get back to it. Jesus. What's he got his eyes rolled into his head for? He's a comedian. So this is the keyboard and mouse, right? Let me show you the difference. I need to change views. This is the keyboard and mouse, yeah? And this is the sticks. I get control over how fast I want to run. It's just not on and off. I can slow down. Crouch, jump. Yeah. I think I've got different camera views on here too. Let's get some close up. Where's the cursor gone? Stop. Alright. Definitely feels like playing with a controller. The view, how it moves. change the buttons, yeah. I need more clothes. I'm very tempted right now to get that new account and start doing a character playthrough, so to speak. Might have to rent something. Might have to do some mining at some stage. We're gonna have to rent a rock. What will I move it in? Log Horizon. That's a name for that series, for that story. I'm just having a look to see what you can rent, right? Because that might influence the starter ship. Like if you could get a starter ship with a Pisces, and whenever I wanted to do combat related stuff, you know, I'd just hire a combat ship. $20,000 a day. Well, how long is this for? 1 day. You could rent one for 30 days for 360 grand. Get involved in a bit of combat that way. My 300i. Maybe this can be this guy's goal. 300i. It's a reasonable combat ship. You know, I've done some VHRTs in it and stuff, and got 8 ACU of cargo. That's enough to run a, you know, a stims mission or sell some widow or stuff like that. Maybe we do start with an Aurora, right? He's been kicked out of the Navy. Sort of left in disgrace, but sort of, you know, he's still has some respect from his men, and so, you know, they've sort of given him something on the way out. Take this shit, brother. There's plenty of opportunities in a place called Stanton. No American accents. I can't do them very well. I can't. Let's not get into it. Here we go. Yeah, because whilst the Titan would be a way better ship, in my opinion, to start with, it's kind of like the next level up from the Aurora, right? And this guy's starting from scratch. What the hell is this music? This is full, like, branch music right now. Some epic moments happening on the prairie. It's a bit sitcom-y. It's amazing. Oh, here we go. The name of that anime RPG is called Log Horizon. Yeah, that box is still there. You can walk right through it. It's just, you know, a visual disruption. There's just too many things here that, you know, I haven't even used, and I don't even know if I'm going to use them, right? Let's take this out. Let's do it. Have we still got an active mission? Oh yeah, we died. Hangar 4. Alright, let's take this back there then. What are we napping about for? We'll take this Banu Defender. I don't even know what it looks like. I've never flown it. Got an idea. I think the Banu Defender is the one that looks like a crab kind of thing. I think that's the Banu Defender. Hangar 4, right? Yeah. I use my Banu for box missions. Oh Jesus, here we go. Alright, okay, so it's a box mission fighter. We'll see how it handles. So when I'm walking, right, you know, to walk faster, I either need to use the scroll wheel on my mouse and, you know, scroll back and forward constantly. But with the sticks, you know, just a little bit of pressure and he starts moving, right? I swear I had these set up so I could zoom in and out and around and stuff. I don't know why it's not working. The hell is this thing, man? The stick gets stuck like that sometimes. What? This is pretty fancy business. Oh wow, this is cool. Oh, alright. So I don't have my waypoint, the vehicle entry things listed. Well, you know, the little tooltip things. They're turned off, so I've no idea how to get into this ship. Oh, what's that? Oh, jeez. It looks pretty cool. The keyboard on. The keyboard's on. Why is things not working? Yeah, this thing looks cool. It certainly looks like a big mandible, doesn't it? I love all the detail in the metalwork and stuff. Is this red and gold, or is that a brown color? I can't really tell. Kind of looks brown, right? Yeah. Maybe it's like a gunmetal. What are these big wing things? Are they just like some sort of scoop or something, or does the ship transform, does it? I must, because it's got guns on those arm things. I love all this detail in the metalwork. It feels very sort of, well, it reminds me of like Egyptian sort of hieroglyphic sort of stuff. Obviously it's completely different, and I understand that, but you know, that sort of patterning in the metal. Amazing. All right, let's find out what this ship can do. I want a few more bounties. What the fuck, man? It's very organic, isn't it? These beds? Yeah. 2 beds? Okay. Is that like a hollow sign? Ah, amazing. Hollow switch. God, it really feels like you're inside a beast, doesn't it? A beast. Okay. This is a door, yeah. I've never been on an alien ship before. The guns are a bit weak, but has best shields for ship its size. Holy crap, a nice ship. It is a nice ship, isn't it? Open the door. It's locked. Okay. Can I unlock it? Please? I'm assuming this is the door into my ship. Locked. This is my ship, right? Am I on the right ship? Yeah, there's my Banu Defender hanging 4 or 5 meters. What the hell? Is there a different entrance for the pilot? Hang on, wait a minute. Okay, that's the back of the ship. Okay, so you go... Hang on. What the fuck's going on? Where the hell does the pilot sit? So that... What? I'm so confused. Okay, so that's the back of the ship. That must be some hold or something there. Let's close this door. There's doors. These are doors, right? These have to be doors. What the? Oh, wait. Hang on a minute. You got some sneaky business going on here. What? Oh, man. Oh, God. This feels like... Oh, gross. I feel like I'm inside some weird animal. It's a seat. Okay, this looks like a pilot's seat. There's the stairs here, yeah. Can we get some power on so I can turn this fucking torch off? It's gold. It is indeed. Arm wings move forward when gear up. Amazing. To 2 beds. Pilot stations are either side of the ramp. The battery fly as 2 being in team. Compile it either side. Okay, alright. That's good to know. Let's fire that up then. Got some little singy weapons. More of them. Size 2s, hey? Shields are down. There's another dude over that side, hey? Ah, that's amazing. Now let's get the hangar open. What is my changing view buttons for ships? This one. Oh, yeah, look at that. Amazing! Uh-oh, what's happening? What's happening? That looks sick. Alright, so we're facing into the hangar right now, right? The roof is opening above us. Okay, so we end up with these guns pointing forwards, or the guns on the inside, yeah, underneath there. Look at that little face there. Roar. Immersion. Quick. This is the sounds it's making. That's incredible. Alright, let's go. Wait till you jump. Compile it either side, though only one can fly and fire guns as of now. Okay, fair enough. Wait till you jump. It pulls the arms forward and looks more like a crab. That put that metal work all over the merchantman. Yeah. That'd be incredible. Alright, did we pick up a mission? We did. Did we set a waypoint? No. We haven't even fired these weapons yet. Of course, this guy has to be in the middle of nowhere. Set a route yet? Okay. Hang on a second. What's going on? Oh, just a minute now. What are these weapons? Obviously not. Are they ballistic? I've got 23 shots. Okay. Missiles. 4 of those. Ignite 2s. Okay. Okay. And then we've got 26 rounds of this fire. Alright, alright. Interesting. Energy and can overheat. That's true, I just realized I'm behind in the video. Let's get this launched back up again. So they're energy weapons. So 26 shots. That doesn't sound like a lot. And they're single shot. So if you fire them too quickly, they might overheat, hey? We 30k'd. We 30k'd. So I wonder, is this a multi-crew ship? Is it going to be floating? The DPS calculator calls guns tachyon cannons, hey? I swear I've heard the word tachyons on Stargate before. I need to think about those videos and the shots that I need. Obviously, as you know, if you don't do it, might as well do it well, right? We can use this hotkey here if that does all the things at the same time. Wish there was a way you could control the camera while simultaneously controlling his head, so you know you can get these panning shots while he's looking the other way. Right now there doesn't seem to be a way to do that. I swear I set this up on the joystick because when you're zooming in and out with the mouse you get this sort of stuttery sort of rat sort of feel to it. But I swear I was naffing about the other night with the sticks in it. We had that sort of much smoother sort of animations with the twist of the sticks, but I can obviously I'm controlling the character, but I swear I said something up. We will need to review. Because yeah, if I can get those cool shots and you know all that sort of background visuals that you need to make the story and the visuals connect, that'd be cool. Tachyon are particles that move faster than light. So we've definitely heard about it on Stargate before. Be able to move the camera with the sticks. Why can we not control the cameras anymore? We 30K'd again. Can't change the view. F4 does nothing. Do you know why? Because F4 is not the key. That's for ships. Like, I don't need the whole journey, right, of each day, of each adventure, of each episode. I really just need establishing shots of, you know, this sort of stuff. You know, seconds of it to string together the story. Maybe I should write the stories first. Alright, Tachyon cannons in Privateer. We're close to top range guns. 20k a pop, actually. 4 of those on your ship and you did damage. It seems you can quadruple the DPS with M4A cannons. Yeah, it's only got size 2 weapons, right? Yeah. Well, let's have a look. Can we switch out guns on the Banu? Okay, it's not here in the list at the moment, but we might need to retrieve it and store it. Look at this guy, he's just jumping, man. He needs another fix, man. He can't wait to get on. That red cruise. My favorite flavor. Red. Why can't we sit down in these seats here on the train anymore? Like they've been all reserved for somebody special. I used to be able to sit here before. But they're taking away my ability, them fools. That's a good idea. Well, we'll go to the spaceport, we'll get the ship. And see and store and see if we can change its weapons. You can voice over journal entries while walking to spaceport. Yeah, I'd record the voiceover separately. Need to do that separately. And then obviously edit it all together. That'd be great fun. It does, you know, the game has a reasonable camera function in it, but you know, it needs a little bit of work. Or maybe I just need to discover some of the parts of the camera that I just don't understand. We've missed the stairs. DPS calculator shows that guns can be switched. Nova tank main gun is locked on the tank. Okay. Interesting. I do like when you're controlling the character with the sticks that if he's not running, if he's not already running, you can't sprint. You've got to like charge up into the run and then you can sprint. You know, when I get my Sentinel, I wanted to switch out the 2 nose guns, but I soon learned there is very limited number of weapons you can put on the nose. Wasted 13k on 2 attrition size 2s before I realised they didn't fit. Come on. Stored at ArtCorp. ArtCorp. Okay, let's retrieve this. And then we'll store it again. Okay, so now it says stored area 18 instead of ArtCorp. Let's have a look. Oh, it's gimbaled. You know what that means? We can take the gimbals off. And for a light fighter, I'd always fight with gimbals off. So that means we can put some size 3 weapons on here, right? Where's the hard point? Size 2? Had size 2 weapons on it, which means, and then gimbal, which means the gimbal's using up one of the slots. Okay, here we go, size 3. Alright, so we can put size 3 weapons on this. What have we got? Nothing. We've got a Sledge 3 mass driver cannon. Oh. What is this? Item type mass driver cannon. Okay, sounds intense. Alright, let's go get some weapons. I do like how the first thing I'm doing on an alien ship is changing out its weapons. It's like asking for salt and pepper before you've even tried your meal. You can get M58 at Centre Mass on Area 18. Yep, we are going to Centre Mass at Area 18. There's little vending carts down there work now. You can buy stuff. Or CF337s if you want repeaters. Yeah, I think I'm going to chuck some repeaters on it. We could increase its power plant too, I suppose. We haven't even taken it out yet, and we're already updating components. You know, bigger power plant, or a better grade quality of power plant, give us a, from what I understand, more shots in our repeaters, a quicker charge time, although that might be for the boost timer. The power plant's quality affects the boost and the weaponry. I am quite possibly very wrong. There's 2 size 1 power plants. Ooh. If I put 3 size 3s on it, it's going to be similar to the Hornet. Now this has 4 size 3s. The 18. Let's buy these and stick them on and just see how we go. So 4. Yeah, the Hornet has 3 guns, and then the 2 on the turret. Alright. So the ship is stored, but we can do all of this here. And now, let's buy the defenser. We can select, hopefully at some stage, when it decides to work, we can select the equipment that we need on this ship here. Please very kindly allow me access to the Banner Defender. Okay. There we go, we're in. Alright, there's our 4 weapons. Now Panther repeaters. Let's get those alien weapons out of there. If you want quadricell power plants, those can be bought at Cruel 1. It's the easiest to get to. Orison and Port Tressler. Quadricell power plants. That sounds like an industrial power plant. Yeah, the sticks certainly don't come around as quickly as the mouse does. Military, grade A. Okay. Well, let's go kill something, and then we might head up to Cruel 1. Is there no game audio? There isn't any game audio. Why? OBS is having a moment. Nope. Anything I can think is to restart OBS. I might need to restart OBS, which means I need to not kill the stream, but just, you know, rejoin it in a couple of seconds. Because I can't get anything, or anything I'm trying, everything I'm trying. Is it making any difference between like game sound being audible and it not? Excuse me. I put military grade coolers in it as well. Not sure if they do anything, but you never know. They might do. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that the coolers don't do anything right now. Alright, so I think the only way I can get the game audio sound back. Remember, for those people who've been milling around all night, when I said earlier in the stream that I didn't want to unplug the joysticks because weird things happen to OBS when things are started in different sequences. And obviously we had OBS running, the game crashed, or we had the 30k, then we had to exit out and then we logged back in. How long have we not had game sound for? Yet. Alright, I'm gonna kill OBS, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, and we're back. And we have game audio. Alright, let's get our new Banu Defender.
Welcome to the ASOC
See, I've
vehicle
gone from
retrieval
chilling
system.
out now to being up here.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Alright, hangar 3. Let's see. I love the sounds this ship makes. So apparently we need to, excuse me, keep an eye out for quantum, hey? So obviously our quantum effect's going to be different. Exciting! This thing. Black and gold, right? Charcoal. Gunmetal. Excuse me. Okay, so you got room to do box missions and stuff in here? No problems. Amazing. Just thinking about that journal and how to go about filming things. Obviously I can have my audio separate so that we can have control over that for editing. Let's check we've got everything we need. Call to arms, accept. Grab ourselves a mission. Ronaldo Austin. Yeah, Ronaldo. What are you taking us so long for to come back at the house with the pizza? Oh, Jesus. Track. The orphanage. You can buy drugs there, can't you? I think you can. Alrighty. Look at this, and it really locks into an arrow, doesn't it? Weapons are locked. Okay, so we're not sitting in the middle of the ship. That's why the shots looked weird before. Okay. That's right, we're sitting off to the side. Where we're passing through 8,000, that should be enough to quantum to where we need to go. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's incredible. Oh, that's some proper MMO sort of particle effects right there, isn't it? Amazing. Alright, so we've got 4 size 3 repeaters on here. So I guess the only thing that's going to make this different than, say, a cutlass, for example, which has the same weapons, is how well it moves, and I guess its shields and stuff as well. Okay. Ship moves, though. Look at the air coming out of those thrusters. Wow, we're going 1,000 in atmosphere. There's our target. Decoys. Jesus. Why am I not getting a pip? Okay. Interessant. Why is there no pip? Where are my shields? What am I looking at here? Oops. He's got some reach on those weapons of his, doesn't he? Listen to the sounds this thing makes, man. It's nippy too. Shields are down. Uh-oh. Where's my shields? Maybe we need to change one of the MFDs. Alright, let's go. Brrr. Okay, okay, I like it. I like it. I get a pip with stock gimbal guns. Yeah, I didn't have him targeted properly. That is what the situation was. Alright, so this ship is actually really nice to move around. Once we were getting, you know, a bit of lateral movement happening, we were able to stay in that fight and let off the last 5 or 6 mags and finish them up. That was quite nice. I enjoyed it. Let's do another and see what it feels like. Are these the first missions that we've done since I finished up the stream a while ago? What the hell have we been doing? Star Citizen. That's what we've been doing. Get a slightly different effect on this shorter jump, eh? It's not full power. How many times have we heard this song tonight? Why has it played so many times? Get the color of the thrusters change. That's incredible. Can we get a mission in the daylight, please? That'd be amazing. Whoa, that's the ground down there. About to scoot off that way. That would have been bad news. All right, let's. Whoa. We have no boost. I think I've just been holding the boost down. Wish I could see my shields, damn it. Ooh. It's him done. I was hoping we could outrun that missile in Quantum, but don't trust Atreyu to send me to Quantum, so I have to do it myself. Which means I couldn't hold both sticks and keep the ship steady. Alright, I see. See what's happening here. Why is the ship flashing? Why is the ship flashing? And can we get... Jesus, that's why the ship's flashing. There we go. I think we could probably change this one too. Look at that effect, man. To self status. That's what we want. Our power triangle. Our ship status, our target status, and our shields. That should just be the default, you know. Once I set that, let that be the default for this ship. I know it's going to change every single time. Look at this effect, man. Mouse is so sensitive, it's ridiculous. Right, it might make sense to repair before we engage these guys. The ship's pretty long. We've taken a lot of damage at the front there. This is not a wise idea. I don't think this is a wise idea, O'Neill. I said it was easy. I didn't say it was wise. That's my impersonation, my impression. Is it an impersonation of Teal'c and Jack O'Neill? Both of them spot on. I don't think you could refute that claim. Unrecognizable from the people themselves. Alright, let's get it. You can have both of these. At this point here. You're gonna let me have some? Are we exchanging? Thank you.
Special delivery.
Special delivery. Oi. Oi. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. We've lost part of our ship. Oi. Oi. Shit. Alright. The ship is almost impossible to control. We need to get out of here. I can't even get the guns on him. No, we're out. Uh-oh. We need to get out of here. Oh, shit. Shit. Damn it, there's a mining place just over there. We almost had it. We've lost the elevation. The ship is so hard to control. Oi, fuck. No, not towards the ground. Damn it. Wow, you lose that wing there. It's super difficult to do anything. I do like how we've still got a part of it, right? Just magically hanging on. I can't get the altitude. I think we're screwed. We can keep this steady for a little bit. Get that altitude we need, and then we can jump. Out of shields. Don't roll. At least with us bouncing around like this, you can't lock on. Can't get the nose back down. With this music playing and the ship screwed and flying out of control and those shots coming over the top of us, you know, this is this dude's final moment, right? This is the end of this. This is the end of the movie where, you know, oh, now they're coming out in front of us. Shields are critical. Collision is imminent. Whoa! He's trying to hang on. He's trying to fight back. He's trying to get to the base. It's just over there. It's 30 kilometers away. Can't fight these guys. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I just need... until I can figure out how the ship is flying... Oh boy, I don't know what the course of action here is. We can't fight, we can't fly. I haven't figured out the flight pattern yet. That rear shield is down. Can't. Nope. Nope. Can't get the nose back towards the planet. I need these guys gone. Look like trying to turn around onto this guy. Shields are down. We got full powder shields. Yeah. It was inevitable. It was inevitable. We should have landed. I said it, this was an unwise idea. We should have landed, repaired, and then gone after the next bounty. Alright, let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do about this. I'm super tempted to go grab that other account and make a start. Look at these trolleys over here. This is not players tipping these trolleys over. Oi! Oh god. This is them just spawning and doing their whole dancing around on the ground thing. Don't nudge the beast. Okay. Put some cameras and stuff back on. Let's turn this up a notch. Oh, what an awesome night. Thank you so much to everyone who's joined me, everyone who's participated in chat, everyone who has contributed to the stream, I suppose. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate everyone who tunes in. Thank you for clicking that like button. We got 15 likes tonight. That's incredible. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But I'm done here. What do we get to? Almost 6 hours. That's not too bad for a Saturday night stream. And we achieved our ERT certification. Tried out that Banu Defender. I'm not convinced. Don't know. We had some good experiences, but I'm not sure. 16 likes. Yeah, I think there's a difference between the YouTube studio and what actually is happening on YouTube. So the numbers of people it says that are watching is generally always different and stuff. But 16 likes is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. My name is Viv. You've been watching Crouch After Dark. It's Saturday. The next time we'll be back will be Monday. There will be some changes moving forward, but once that happens and I know what they are, I can let everyone else know. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your day today, or enjoy tomorrow if it's nighttime for you. Hope you have a wonderful time. I will see you all in the next one. So yeah.